It all comes down to this. The top teams, the finest machines, every second, every screw, every strategy has led to this moment. On the campus of Saginaw Valley State University, the pressure rises, the stakes are higher, and the competition is fierce. This is First in Michigan State Championship. Innovation meets intensity as the best of the best battle for glory. Who will rise? Who will break through? It starts right now. Welcome you to the Ryder Center here at Saginaw Valley State University. It is the First in Michigan Robotics State Championship, a huge event for all these high schools here in mid-Michigan. We welcome you inside. Dan Gutowski along with Dan Kimura. Dan, 160 schools are here this weekend. This is the exciting weekend for high school robotics.
Yeah, this is sort of the culmination of the season here in Michigan. We started with 530 teams, the top 30%. As you said, about 160 made it to the state championship. We had 4 divisions here, 40 teams each. One alliance of 3 robots from each division is now going to meet on our final championship field. So
we're getting down to the final few. Let's bring in the third member of our broadcast, Kaylee Marentet. She's standing by down in the sidelines.
Dan, it feels good to be back. There is nothing quite like States Weekend here at Saginaw Valley State University. I'll be down here on the field talking to members of the Red Alliance and Blue Alliance after each match, talking about the games, what went right, maybe what they're going to fix for the next game. Also talking to the champions at the end of the day. But through the day, you're also going to see some exclusive sit-down interviews with representatives from companies like Aptiv, Consumers Energy. We'll have all that. Plus, we talked to some teams in the pits. You will not want to miss some of the stories we heard today. We're going to send it back up to you guys for now.
And if you are watching for the first time, the gameplay is always unique and different from year to year. Let's recap the game rules of what we'll see today here at SVSU.
All right, the 2025 First Robotics Competition game is called Reefscape. Matches are going to be played 3 robots versus 3 robots, and a match is 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. The first 15 seconds of which is autonomous mode, which means the robots have to be pre-programmed to do all of their scoring. The main goals of this game are to take these giant 4-inch PVC pipes, we call them coral, and score them on the reef. There are also some balls or algae that they can use to score. In autonomous mode, they're going to start on a line. If they leave that line, they can get 3 points for that. They can also score on our big central structure here, our reef. It's 7 points for the top level, 6, 4, and 3 for the shelf on the very bottom. A lot of teams are going to score 1 coral and then go back for more. After autonomous mode, we start teleoperated mode or driver control. They're going to keep doing the same thing, but the points are a little bit lower now. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 points for each coral scored in teleoperated mode. You might also see some teams grab the algae. They can actually score it directly in the net, which is the high area in the center of the field, for 4 points. They can also pass it into a processor for 6 points, but that gives the ball to the other team, who can then score it in their net for 4, so it's only a net of 2 points that way. Towards the end of the match, teams are going to head over to their barge zone. If their robot is inside the red or blue tape, they'll get 2 points for parking. If they hang off of a high cage, it's 6 points, and if they hang off of the low cage, that's a little bit harder, so they get 12 points.
So now we know the rules, and we will dive into the game action when we come back. We'll take a break here at SVSU. It's the First in Michigan State Championships when we come back.
How do you change the way the world moves? Change course. Aptiv is engineering the brain and the nervous system to bring the future of mobility to life with advanced computing platforms and smart vehicle architecture, taking you from point A to point B and every point in between. We are Aptiv, and we're moving mobility forward.
Clean energy, as explained by Sam.
It goes around, it makes Trixie. If the clock goes it goes faster, 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 faster. And if it's 0, it goes.
It's a little more complicated than that. Thankfully, there are 8,000 Consumers Energy employees doing the work to make the energy you depend on cleaner and more efficient by the day.
Consumers Energy, count on us.
Working here at HSC has provided me opportunities to advance in my career.
Every day there's something different.
The work atmosphere here is great.
I definitely feel developed here.
Coming here, it won't box you in. It'll allow you to find out what you really want to do.
I see sustainability becoming more important in the future, and working with the robot that has those features on it will really help me later on in life in my future job or career.
And these students that are able to solve the complex problems of tomorrow with the FIRST Robotics competitions and the complex robots they build today, I think are going to be a major part of our sustainability future.
Let's thank our sponsors: DTE Foundation, Consumers Energy Foundation, Aptiv Foundation, Hemlock Semiconductor, and Magna. All right, Dan, let's bring everybody up to speed on what's been transpiring so far as we are moving our way through the brackets. And we have the upper bracket, 4 teams going head-to-head, ready to move on.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of upsets here on the DTE Foundation field. Alliance number 1 did win their first round match, but then lost to Alliance 5, and they were eventually eliminated by Alliance number 3. So our number 1 seed out, the number 2 seed lost to the number 3 seed, and then lost a second time to the number 3 seed. So our finals here were the 5 seed versus the 3 seed, and our 3 seed taking the win.
Let's roll into our recap of the match that just played out and went final. This is where the Blue Alliance moves on.
Yep, finals match 1, I believe. So this is auto mode. We've got both Alliance 5 and Alliance 3 scoring a bunch. We have 3 in the blue bumpers, Alliance 5 in the red bumpers. And this auto mode, I think, was within 1 point. It was like 42-41 after auto mode, very close. And we see a lot of work, though, from that red Alliance going high, going for those Algae points. And we're going to see that more and more as the day goes on. Those balls being scored in that net are going to be precious, precious a commodity. There are only so many of them available. We see a good shot of 27 here, working the reef with the coral, and then looking to maybe try to score this Algae up top, and they do. We see a pretty big advantage, though, on the red side if you're looking up at the nets. More on the red side than the blue side. But the reef for blue is a little more full. And crucially, all 3 blue robots going up for 12 points apiece here. Only 2 of the red robots made it up.
Yeah, points always at a premium, so we're going to see reef and coral points really get maximized here today.
And a nail biter, but the number 3 alliances squeaked that one out, 234 to 232.
So very close, but still work to be done for the Blue Alliance. They've got to win back-to-back in order to advance and move through the bracket.
Best 2 out of 3.
Right, so we roll to the second match, and let's pick up our highlight package of what happened here.
All right, this time, it looked like blue is going to take a pretty big lead auto mode here. We see 27 going back for more, and they are going to, I believe, score this one towards the end of the period. Red with a couple misses here, and I think we were looking at something like a 20-point lead for the Blue Alliance coming out of auto mode. And again, working on that reef. 27, that's their main role in this alliance, is to just find coral and work that reef. And they have the advantage of being able to floor load it. So you see the defensive robot, 2145 there, trying to block it. But 27's ability to pick up kind of off the floor as they litter it with those coral pieces makes them hard to defend. On the other side, we see 1918 kind of doing the same job here. No defender on the red side. So a little bit more of a free run for them. A little bit of a bobble on that coral piece there, but they are able to score it. And then here we see at the end game, again, red can get all 3 up. They only get 2. Blue gets all 3 hanging. And this is going to be our second and much less close Alliance 3 victory.
Anytime that you're getting 200-plus points, you know you're dialed in with your machines. There's the updated bracket with the teams that are moving on, and the winning alliance from that match, the Blue Alliance, Clarkston, Romeo, and Holly, all very, very good programs. Kaylee Marentet is standing by downstairs with a winner for the Blue Alliance.
Amira is here with me from the Blue Alliance, Team 27. Amira, great score. What led to that success on the field?
I think last night we worked together as an alliance and we met to do strategy for a couple hours. We knew that we had to prioritize algae. We knew that people were going to be stealing algae. So we made sure that we had to prioritize that. I think just getting in the rhythm of things, sticking to the strategy. At first it was a big cluster, but if you stick to that strategy and you work through it, it's going to come out good in the end. So,
what is going to be your mindset going through the rest of the day?
Fear is an illusion.
Great advice. Thank you, Amir. Congratulations. We're going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Good insight. Well, First in Michigan would not be possible without the support of great partners like DTE. Kaylee caught up with the team to talk about the company's commitment to STEM education and the hundreds of employees volunteering their time to make events like this a success.
I'm here with Sean Patterson and Stephen Ambrose with DTE. Thanks for joining me today, guys. Excited to have you here. Excited for another year with States. Stephen, I want to start with you. This is one of your first times up here at States. Usually you're down in the pits. What has this weekend been like for you so far up here? I know it's a little raw. You guys are usually down there, but what's it been like for you?
Well, it's a different experience. Me as a DTE employee and a coach here at First, I'd much rather be on the competition floor than up here talking to you, unless of course I was hosting the trophy, then it'd be good. But it's just such a great program, and I love being engaged at wherever place I can.
So we were talking a little bit earlier. You wear a lot of hats. Talk about those hats that you wear.
Well, I really think of it as 3 hats. So my day job, as I like to say it, is the Chief Information Officer at DT Energy, and that's an important job to have. My second role that I have with First is on the board at First in Michigan. We love this program. DT loves this program, and so my ability to be able to engage and sleeves up and work with Gail Alpert and the team is just a wonderful thing. And then my favorite hat is engaged directly with the students right at the point of activity. So being a coach mentor on one of the teams and making it real.
You're truly seeing First, I guess, from every level, like down in the pits with them, and also on the board at a little higher level, and then also at DTE, a possible future employer for some of these students. Sean, I want to ask you, we were chatting earlier too, this is our 4th year together talking at States. What do you think is one of the biggest years that stuck out to you when it comes to States weekend?
That's funny you asked that. I'm like really struggling to say one that really sticks out, because unlike Steve, where it's a little bit raw, that he's not down there. I come up here and I just get charged up with all the energy and incredible creativity. But I will say, one of the stories that I told from last year, there was, this just goes to the creativity and the resilience of these teams. Last year as a team, I think the robot completely had malfunctioned. And they had really little to do in the remaining competition. So they threw their school sweatshirt on top and put like a chicken head on, and all the thing could do was just kind of do a little on the stage, and the crowd was loving it. And to me, that just it brings out what this is all about. Like, whatever's thrown at you, you're gonna have some fun, be creative, and be resilient. And I think that's one of my favorite stories ever of being here.
I want to talk a little bit about what DTE is doing. A lot of, you guys are up here in the middle of some of the fields. DTE is a household name. What are you guys doing in-house to build the community outward?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we're so proud of at DTE. In general, our company has a huge ethic around volunteerism. And this is probably the signature program that we have, because it checks so many boxes. Incredible talent that we're trying to pull into the company. And we have employees that are working as judges, referees, mentors, coaches, being here, just engaging the students, summer programs. We have over 100 employees that are already involved. And every year we just grow it. We expose more to what this is, and it just continues to grow. This program checks so many boxes in terms of how we want to present ourselves and who we want to be as a company.
So there is a building that you were telling me about across the street from DTE. Tell me about that. What's going on there?
Right. So we sponsor over 20 teams across the state. In particular, we really try to work with programs that are trying to build And so we have a building that we are going to turn into a practice, research, build lab for the programs in Detroit. And our employees who want to help, and we have lots now who have been former first participants, first alums, and so they can walk across, and we'll have 8-10 different teams that'll be in this building getting ready for competitions like this. We couldn't be more excited.
Are you a part of this? I feel I feel like you're right there.
Well, we aren't doing it alone, for sure. This is in partnership with the University of Michigan and their Innovation Center. And it's a great example of how we work across the community with like-minded people and companies that share our values so that we can work with that together as a community.
Stephen Ambrose, Sean Patterson, thank you guys so much for being here with us today. I hope you enjoy the rest of States Weekend. We are going to send it back to Dan and Dan.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Yes, the foundation, the DTE Foundation has been, I don't know if they were here in year one, but boy, it feels like it.
Long time.
Long time. They are definitely as committed as anybody to helping this program and days like this succeed. And obviously, as you can see, the energy in the building starting to raise up with the chicken dance. Let's go to our brackets, or our Hemlock highlight video of a match that has recently played out. And here we go. Let's pick it up. This is autonomous mode.
Yep, this is finals match 1. This finals would go to 3, spoiler alert. But this is Alliance 1 versus Alliance 3. Both very strong in auto mode here. And Alliance 1 made it all the way to the finals without a single loss.
Yeah, so 15 seconds of autonomous, and then teleop is the operators with the kids driving the machines.
Yeah, and we saw basically tied coming out of autonomous mode, but here as we approach the end of the match, a pretty big lead for Alliance number 1 as they break 200 before any of the end game climbs are counted. And this red alliance that we have, Alliance number 1 in red, all 3 robots are able to go up and get that deep climb, and I think they did in that match.
Yeah, so here's the bracket update. Again, with all these teams, positioning themselves and, hoping that they can squeeze out just enough points. We're seeing the margin of victory is, 10 points, 5 points. Very, very, very tight.
Yep.
And our winning alliance for that match, the Milford, Kalamazoo County 4-H Strike Force, and St. Clair. 2 very familiar names. St. Clair, though, a bit of a newbie.
Is new, yep. I don't think they've been on our final field here at the state championship before. And I did say that they were undefeated till the finals, but actually our other alliance here won finals match 2, 245 to 230. So that gives you a preview of the kind of scores we're looking at. But our number 1 alliance did come back in the last match with 251 to 195 to get their ticket here to the Final Four.
And Kaylee talks with Colin from the winning alliance.
Colin is here with me from the Red Alliance, the winners of the Hemlock field. Colin, we were talking a little bit earlier about the autonomous, how that was kind of the key to success. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So throughout the competition, we had always planned on doing a 4-piece auton, and it had been landing, but somewhat inconsistently up until then. And in the second to last match, we only got 2 of those 4 pieces, which is what made the other team pull ahead of us. But in that final third match, all 4 landed perfectly after some tweaks, and I don't think I'd ever seen programmers cry tears of joy until that point, but it was pretty awesome.
It's a very emotional match for you guys. You guys also had a delay in scoring. There was a little delay. Talk about what happened there.
Yeah, so there was some issues with how they scored the match in the sense that we didn't get the data for a little while, which we still ended up winning the match, but it caused a little bit of extra tension after the match ended, which was really relieving to see the final score come through.
What goes through your mind as you're waiting for that score?
Just thinking about all the work that was put in throughout the entire season, and also for me personally, it's my senior year, so being able to come to Fimstein after 3 years of not quite making it is really something special, and just being able to go compete with all these teams that I've seen really great engineering come out of as well.
Well, congratulations on that win. We are going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Mentorship is at the heart of FIRST, and for Tim Armstrong of Hemlock Semiconductor, it's personal. Kaylee Marentet catching up with the mentor of Team 5166, the Fabricators, to hear how teamwork fuels student success and why polysilicon plays a powerful role in the tech that shapes our world.
Hey there, Tim Armstrong Armstrong is sitting down here with me. Hey, Tim, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
Tim, you play a lot of roles here with First in Michigan. Talk about all the different roles that you fill.
So currently I am the lead robotics mentor for Team 5166, the Freeland Fabricators, as well as their lead electrical mentor.
Okay. You're also a part of Hemlock Semiconductor.
Correct. I am the maintenance shops team leader for Hemlock Semiconductor.
A big sponsor here for First. Talk about your role in that and how important it is to be here.
So currently, I lead a very diverse organization that maintains the plant and the facility by keeping everything up and running reliably. We have a lot of different, trades that work in that organization. We have millwrights, we have electricians, we have instrumentation people. So a lot of them use a lot of the different skills that we use when we build and design a robot, like we do here at First. So being able to see these young people connect with building and doing all of the things that most of the folks within the shops organization do is actually very satisfying, because I can see the wheels spinning. I can see the things connecting in their mind, and hopefully they'll carry that on to their next level of education, whatever that is, and then into their real life as an adult and contributing member. And hopefully they'll join us at Hemlock Semiconductor.
You had a perfect segue into this. What work does Hemlock Semiconductor do?
So Hemlock Semiconductor is the largest U.S.-based polysilicon manufacturer for hyper-pure polysilicon. We make the purest substance known to man. So if you were to think about how pure something is, it is 99 point and then 9 nines after that, pure. So that goes into all of the IC chips. It goes into solar panels, and we have a very large facility in Hemlock, Michigan that does this all. And we are actually one of the only manufacturers in the world making hyper-pure polysilicon. We produce about 1/3 of the world's hyper-pure polysilicon used in integrated circuits.
What are some of the things or traits that stick out to you about students and teams here in First?
Certainly the excellence piece, trying to create a better robot all the time, and as well as the teamwork, the camaraderie, learning to work across different areas, whether it's awards, because our team is very involved with awards or outreach in the community. Very similar to Hemlock Semiconductor, our team is very active in our community, helping with food giveaways or whatever we can do. So seeing that, as well as just working with other teams in different times, whether it's a win or a loss. Same as industry, we have to work with our suppliers, with our customers, to make sure that we're working towards one common goal, getting the product that people want and need.
Tim Armstrong, thank you so much for sitting down with me here today. Happy to have you here, and happy to have Hemlock as a sponsor here for States. Dan, we're going to send it back to you.
Kaylee, thank you. And yes, this is not live game action. Well, it is.
This is live
action,
but just practice matches.
Just practice, right.
Yep, so we had 4 different divisions playing on 4 different fields. They're all coming together now to play on our DTE Foundation field. But in order to make it kind of fair, one alliance has been practicing here, knows this field. The other alliances need to get a chance to test their robots on this field.
And Consumer Energy, again, one of our great sponsors. Let's get to some of the highlights, a video highlight of an earlier match that played out here.
Yeah, this is Finals 2 in Consumers Energy. We have our number 2 alliance, 3620, 5460, and 2960, going up against our number 5 alliance. Auto mode was, I think, an advantage to blue, as we can see here as it ends. But it's close. It's not a big difference. And then we really see the red alliance is going to kind of come from behind here and get a ton of that coral scored, as well as have an edge. We can see it now forming up on the top, those algae balls in the net, in our cargo net in the middle of the field. We have more on the red side than the blue side. This is a little bit of a low-scoring match, though, as we see only one of the red robots getting up for that climb, 2 for blue.
I was going to say anything shy of 200 points kind of grabs your attention today, but...
Yep. It's going to take over 200 points to win here,
yeah,
unless there's robot damage. But we can check out the bracket. Big upset here. Number 8 takes out number 1 in the very first match. 5 takes out 4, but then 2 and 3 did hold serve. And Alliance 2 making it all the way through to the end to be our champion of the Consumers Field.
There's your winners, and Kaylee Marentet talking with Cameron from the winning Alliance.
Cameron is here with me. He was a part of the Red Alliance that won Consumers Energy Field. Congratulations on the win. What do you think led to that victory?
I think it was kind of our little unique approach to doing both algae and coral. So we were fortunate to get a pretty good third pick to be able to, so we can just focus on our algae cycling and making sure that we get all that algae up in the barge.
Is there anything you guys are going to tweak during this break?
Not in particular. I think we're just going to continue to do what we know works for us and see kind of how the other alliances take that and proceed from there, right?
Well, congratulations on that win, Cameron. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Yeah, a little bit of a delay, Dan. They had some troubles getting some things set up, so we're a little bit behind schedule.
There's actually, each division is assigned a number. And so number 1 is supposed to play number 4. And I think the labels might have been off, so they're doing some behind-the-scenes stuff to shuffle that to make sure that we get our bracket set up correctly. So we're running, about a half an hour behind.
Okay. Also, the excitement and energy of First in Michigan keeps Consumers Energy coming back year after year. Kaylee gaining some insight on how STEM is helping students build real-world skills and paving their way to a future with organizations like Consumers Energy.
Angela Tompkins is here with me with Consumers Energy. Angela, thank you so much for sitting here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so you've been around First for you said about a decade.
Yes.
What keeps you coming back?
It's the energy. No pun intended with Consumers Energy, but I just love the excitement, the energy, the students interacting with them, having conversations with them. We have a game at our booth. If you spin the wheel, we'll ask you a question, and if you answer it correctly, you get a prize. And the critical thinking that they exercise to think about the answer to the question, I'm amazed, because I think if at that age I would have just guessed, and then using logic and reasoning to come up with the answer. It's just amazing to see the talent and the brilliance of our young minds.
I tried to describe it to some of my friends and family, what First is like that have never been here, and it's almost hard to describe. How would you describe First Robotics and also States Weekend to somebody who's never been here?
So it is like the Olympics. It's like the academic Olympics. It is just excitement. It is, the best of the best, coupled with, I also think there's resiliency. There's, you learn a lot through competition, even if it's not competitive sports, but this is the competitive sports of like the STEM fields. I didn't know anything about First when I was in school, and I wish I had. I wasn't an athlete. I wasn't involved in like team sports, and this is a way to get engaged in team sports. And this weekend at States is a way, like it's the Olympics of that. So it's super exciting, and the crowds here, the mentors, the volunteers, the energy that they bring as well to cheer them on. So it's so exciting, and I'm not a sports person, so I get to come here and cheer, and like this is my sport.
This is your sport.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Consumers. You guys have been a big sponsor for First in Michigan for a long time. One of the more well-known names here this weekend. What makes Consumers Energy and First in Michigan, what makes the relationship so special?
Yes, so we've been partnering since 2013. Since that time, we've donated over $2 million in grants, sponsorships, and just supporting the teams, volunteerism. And it's so important for us to get involved and connect, because the students are the workforce of the future. And we know here they already have the emotional intelligence that is required in the workplace. They have the skill sets around team, how to work with a team, how to leverage everyone's genius on the team. It's not about the I, it's about the collective. We bring our own genius, but it only works if we're working together. And so some of those soft skills that are often difficult to teach in the real world environment, the students already have it. And so the skills that they have on their team with, welding or communications, it's not all technical. Most of it is technical, but, I also talk to the students who are marketing or they're trying to get sponsorship dollars. And so it's a variety of skill sets that they're already, honing in on that are invaluable once they transfer into the workplace. And so we also want to support that, but we are looking at talent for the future as well.
Kind of piggybacking off of that, we were talking about sports too. Let's say we go to a high school volleyball game and there's colleges there picking out these players in the crowd and maybe recruiting them. Would you say that's kind of the same here? Consumers is looking at these teams and going, oh, wow.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like, okay, they need an internship. Hopefully they come to us for an internship. They love us as much as we love them, and then they want to turn that into full-time employment when they graduate. So absolutely.
What would you tell students that don't really know anything about job opportunities when it comes to consumers?
Oh my goodness. So please think about consumers energy, right? We want our students to know that sometimes people don't really understand energy, but I think energy is the future. There's so much happening with, the environment, being clean, thinking about preserving our environment for the future. We have this commitment for people, planet, and prosperity. And so the theme I know this year is water. Water is critical for us as humans, right? And so one of the essential things we do with water, we've had catastrophic storms over the last week. We're providing water to those folks who are without power and displaced. But we also have commitments to the planet to reduce our usage of water as a company. And so I love the theme, and there's just so much here that parallels into the workplace. But, for the students, energy is where it's at, and Consumers Energy is really a fun company to work at. We solve complex problems. The work that we do is critical. We provide an essential service, but we do it and we have fun. And we have a great team collectively where we're doing that together. And so our workplace is just as fun as it is here at the States.
Well, great energy from Angela with Consumers Energy. Thank you so much for sitting down with us. We are going to send it back upstairs.
And thank you, Kaylee. There we go with another little high-profile sponsor coming through again for all the great teams here, and appreciate all their efforts to make this event a success. Let's roll into the Aptiv Final 2 match as we take a look and see how this one played out.
Auto mode first. They're going to be very close at the end of auto mode. I think blue, actually, Alliance number 2, is going to have a slight edge here. Of course, our finals matchup between Alliance number 1 and Alliance number 2. And there we go. Yep, 55-44. And then looks like one thing was scored at the very end. So about a 4-point edge for blue. But then we see some interesting stuff. So you see 23-37 was on the front. They're scoring low first. It actually doesn't matter what order you score the coral in, as long as you finish the top, the top section, level 4 and level 3. And with our hangs here at the end, one thing to know about this Aptiv Alliance, I think they've only got 2 climbers on this alliance.
And you can stack the coral as needed. Right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I mean,
we see a lot of teams, they'll start level 4 and work their way down.
Yeah.
But if you know you have time to finish level 4, it doesn't matter what order you score them in. You can score level 3 first, then level 4, then level 2, as long as you can get there. So taking some of those easy ones out of the way is nice. And sometimes if you score the lower point valued ones first, it's sort of a surprise to the other alliance when you start catching up, because you got the big point ones later in the match.
Right. So here's the bracket. And we keep just keep on plugging away.
Right.
There's your winning alliance: West Catholic, Grand Blanc, and Wyoming. All 3 schools from the west side of the state. And Kaylee standing by with Isaac from the winning alliance.
Isaac is here with me, part of the Red Alliance. Your team just won the Aptiv field. Tell me about what happened in this last match.
So 858 was having some issues. Their elevator was having some issues. So we had to switch our strategy from doing a lot of coral to doing algae. We haven't done a lot of algae this day, so doing that new thing was kind of different for us, but we did really well with it, and we might change our strategy for the rest of it to more utilize algae and while also doing coral during the match.
What is it like having to make those quick changes in a match and doing something new?
it's a little nerve-wracking to like make a change like that, but making a change like that is really important. One of the things you have to do is be able to tune a lot of the outside noise out and be able to listen to and trust your drive coach. Our drive coaches are telling us things on the fly, and we have to trust the reason that they're telling us. He says go do algae. We haven't done a lot of algae, and we didn't know that they had a problem, so we just had to trust that he was telling us to do the right thing. So,
well, congratulations on your win today. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Kaylee. Longtime sponsor Aptiv continues to inspire the next generation of innovators through its work with FIRST. Jessica DeJong sat down with Kaylee Marentet to share her journey from FIRST supporter to tournament judge and why Aptiv is a hub of opportunity for bright young minds looking to shape the future.
Hey there, I am here with Jessica DeJong. She is with Aptiv. Jessica, thanks for sitting down with us today.
Thank you so much.
So Aptiv, how long have you been with Aptiv?
I've been at Aptiv for, I think, 11 years now. So started as an intern and then decided to stay.
I think for me, when I see Aptiv, I think FIRST Robotics. The relationship is so strong. Talk about how important this relationship is between Aptiv and FIRST.
Yeah, we've been one of the founding sponsors, so been involved for many, many years. And we host an event in Troy each year and then love to come here for the state competition. And it's all part of our mission to make communities safer, greener, and more connected. And part of that is by encouraging people to get involved in STEM and also encouraging our employees to be involved in volunteering in these opportunities.
What is Aptiv for people who don't know?
So we're a tier 1 automotive electronics supplier and other things as well. So basically, any of the electronics that are in your car, we likely make those, like radars, cameras. There's a lot of wiring that goes in the car. And so some of the projects I work on are cameras and other computers. It's crazy to think how many computers are in our cars these days. I never thought about it before I started working in automotive.
So you also are here as a judge. Talk about what it means to you to be a judge for FIRST.
It's incredible. I've only been judging for about 4 years now, so this is my fourth time and first time at the state competition, so it's great to see so many teams. I love talking to the students, talking about all their creative solutions, how they came up with them, how they worked through issues, prototyped, and it's great to see that engineering learning at such an early age, and I just am wish that I had been involved as a student because it really helps you get ahead in some amazing careers that are available in STEM.
You would not believe how many people I've talked to that have said the same thing. I wish I was involved. Me, guilty, one of them. How did you get involved into judging?
So my friend Lisa Savage, she's involved with FIRST in Michigan, and I was talking to her about it, and she's like, oh, we need judges, and I was like, oh, I guess I can do that. I didn't really know what to expect, and then I got here, and I'm like, wow, these kids are incredible. I can't believe how much they can accomplish in the season, and so I always make it a point to judge a few times a season, as well as we have the other robotic seasons in the fall here in Michigan as well, or at least in Oakland County. So getting involved and seeing how they come up with these creative solutions for these interesting challenges.
What would you tell students who are maybe looking at Aptiv as a possible career choice?
Come ready to learn and ready to solve challenges in mobility. We have a lot of things that we're trying to make cars safer. How do we ensure that human error can be helped with different ADAS features? And it's a great place. I really like it because it's a really big company. There's lots of opportunities to try different things, try new things, kind of like here where you can try working in different sub-teams and learn different skills, and they're very open to letting you learn. And it's a great place because it's so big, but it feels smaller, and it feels like the people around you want to see you succeed.
Jessica, thank you so much for joining us here today. I appreciate your time. We are going to send it back to Dan and Dan.
And we'll be right back with more FIRST in Michigan robotics action. We are coming to you live from Saginaw Valley State University. More in a moment.
Clean energy, as explained by Sam.
It goes around, it makes Trixie. If the clock goes then it goes faster, 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 faster. And if it zero, it goes.
It's a little more complicated than that. Thankfully, there are 8,000 Consumers Energy employees doing the work to make the energy you depend on cleaner and more efficient by the day.
Consumers Energy, count on us.
I see sustainability becoming more important in the future, and working with the robot that has those features on it will really help me later on in life in my future job or career.
And these students that are able to solve the complex problems of tomorrow with the FIRST Robotics competitions and the complex robots they built today, I think are going to be a major part of our sustainability future.
One of the more famous Tom Petty songs, The Waiting is the Hardest Part. So we are kind of just, stretching things out a little bit, but still good energy and very positive vibes here at the Ryder Center at Saginaw Valley State University. Let's go downstairs and get some perspective from Kaylee Marentet.
Dan, I actually have a question. I have a question for the other Dan, though. Dan K., I know you are a FIRST alum. I was actually talking to a parent this morning, and we were just talking about FIRST and what it is and the different teams. And she mentioned something. She said, I'm so fascinated by the names that these schools come up with. Instead of Fighting Irish, it's Biting Irish. Some of the names are really interesting and so different and unique. Dan, I have a question. What was your high school name, and how did these teams come up with these names?
It depends on the team. They all have different ways of doing it. The team that I was on was called Las Gorillas. And it's kind of a long story how we got our name.
Fortunately, we have time.
Oh, no. All right. I guess I'll have to tell the story. So there was a team at the school that a lot of us went to. And for various reasons, a lot of us were not allowed to participate on that team. We created a second team because we had been able to participate once in the past, found out how great an experience it was, and decided we're not gonna let them stop us from having this experience. Right. And essentially, we sat in a room and somebody just yelled that out as a name choice, and we were like, that works. It kind of we had a lot of gorilla themed stuff. We gave out like banana necklaces and stuff like that. But the second meaning of sort of like a little bit of that gorilla underground type of thing was going on there as well.
Yeah.
I guess if we had a team name, Dan and Dan, what would our team names be?
Team Dynamite comes to mind. I could go crazy. Team Fantastic.
Yeah, a lot of teams, the way they do it is they take the school mascot and add either Robo, Techno, one of those, in front of it, adjectives in front.
Producer Sam just told me, how about some humility from this group? So maybe we should kind of scale it back a little bit on the dynamic, fantastic.
That doesn't sound right.
No, okay. Or we could amp it up. I mean, we're all...
What would our mascot be? I mean, I am impressed by the dedication by some of the mascots here, too. And I don't know if these are the school official mascots that are coming or if these are the robotics team mascots, but I think
a lot of them are the team's mascots specifically, not just the schools.
Yeah, I'm seeing, I saw a few mascot costumes today. Mm-hmm. That looked pretty good. We've been told to kind of stand up and show ourselves. Yes, we are in the, we wouldn't call them nosebleeds, but we are high up.
Yeah, we're at the top.
Right, there's no, lighting here isn't so great, but that's okay.
We can see the whole field, and that's the most important thing.
Yes, we can see the whole field. And yeah, it's a good vantage point, a little bit hard to get to, but it's certainly worth the climb. And we, all three of us, Team Dynamo, Team Dynamic, whatever we're going to be known as. We're going to have to work on that a little bit. Smooth out those rough edges, Kaylee. Thank you.
Yep.
Let's get into the brackets and see how things are going to lay out the rest of the way here as we move into match 3, which is the start of round 2.
Yep, so we're going to have DTE facing off against Aptiv. We're going to have Hemlock Semiconductor facing off against Consumers Energy Foundation. We got some stats here, so we'll just throw them all out. average score for each of these alliances. DTE was averaging 233 with a max score of 274. But an interesting thing about the DTE alliance, there were a lot of penalties in favor of them. So their highest unpenalized score is actually only 234 points instead of 270 something. So a little bit lower there. Aptiv max score without penalties was 235. So 234, 235. That's our max score matchup in the first bracket here. And then in match number 2, when we get to Hemlock versus Consumers Energy, there we see a little bit of a different. Hemlock's max unpenalized score, 249. Consumers only 207. And if you actually look at average scores as well, Hemlock's average score has been like 231, 232. Average score for Consumers about 195. So pretty big advantage there for Hemlock. But watching the matches here, we saw a lot of defense being played on the Consumers field, maybe a little bit less on Hemlock.
Question, Dan, about the strategies of what these teams bring in now. You mentioned the penalty points. Are you a little bit on, if you're coaching one of these teams and you got a lot of penalties that are happening at this late time on Saturday, how do you kind of purge that from what's going on?
Well, I think a lot of the alliances that were committing the fouls and giving the points away have been eliminated. So that's why like DTE's score is inflated because a lot of the teams they played against kept fouling them. And that might have been a situation where, you know, you're behind and you feel like you need to go for some aggressive defense. But it's pretty hard to come back from, you know, major penalties. If you, with 2-point penalties, 6-point penalties, maybe you can get away with it. But I think there was one match where DTE had like 36 points of penalties in their favor. You're not going to win a match if you're giving away 36 free points, especially not this late in the tournament.
Dan K., I have another question for you, not related to names or mascots or anything, but I was talking to a member of a team out of Grand Haven, James Friggins, actually. We interviewed him at Grand Valley State University. I was talking to him about what his team had changed from West Michigan to this tournament, and he said we actually added a climbing mechanism now. They were good with algae, they were good with coral, but they said they actually added this as well. Is it normal or odd to have a bot now at States that is kind of a trifecta? It can do all three, that these bots are advancing each tournament. Is that normal?
So that progression is normal. And here at States, you got to be really good at 2 of them. But the later we go in the season, especially now when we're on our final 4 alliances here, like that climb is extremely critical. So adding that like during the season is important thing for teams to try to do. I always think of first, it's a little bit like, you know, traditional sports, like maybe basketball or those kinds of sports, but it's also got some of Formula One to it, where there's a development race happening throughout the season as well. The car you start the season with is not the car you end the season with. And so a lot of these teams will be saying, look, we're playing an early district event. We probably only need this much stuff to be able to win that event. And that's sort of sometimes that's all you get for that event. But you'll have your eyes ahead. You'll say, okay, now at the state championship, what do we need to be here in the last match at the state championship? And the hang, a lot of teams this year, that 12-point hang, they added it not, you know, in between their first or second event and here at States. Just because at the beginning of the season, being able to score the coral and the algae is going to give you enough points that you're going to be able to just kind of brute force the wins. But now, both sides are getting full. One of the only places you can make a difference is by getting that hang.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, that the teams are making a conscious effort to kind of hold back early so they can have more of a winning hand late, like today, this weekend. So interesting that everybody is, you know, conscious of that as opposed to just, hey, you know, because some teams will bring their A game right away.
Yeah.
And then teams figure out how to defend against that, and they kind of cool off a little bit.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of both styles here. Traditionally, one of the teams we're about to watch, 67, has been a team that often shows up to their first event with everything there, but maybe it's not working as well as it's going to by the end of the season. So they have the whole robot, but then they sort of like refine it and get every function better. My team sometimes would leave entire systems off the robot until the state championship or until the world championship, instead choosing to use that extra time to practice and come back with those systems when we really, really need it.
Yeah. All right, let's do our introductions here as we get to know these teams competing here. Well, this is the upper bracket round 1, match 1, Clarkston Team Rush. with Romeo Hollywood helping them, and then the Blue Alliance, the Engineers, and Grand Blanc Community, Wyoming, and West Catholic. So we got a little east side, west side battle.
Yeah, a little
going
bit,
on here,
little
right?
bit. Well, Wyoming, I think, that's Upper Peninsula, maybe?
Oh, you love to test me on Michigan
we said the geography was going to be a problem
I know.
last week.
I only like to challenge you with questions. I don't like to go the other way.
Yep. Interesting thing to note, 27, one of, I would say, the top teams in the state year after year, did not win a district event this year.
Wow.
They actually went out of state. They won a regional event, but they have not won a district event. They have not won an event inside Michigan this year. And same thing actually with their partner, 35-39, the Biting Bulldogs. They won out of state again. They went to Pittsburgh and won, but they have not won in the state of Michigan yet.
What's the thinking on going that far out of state, would you say?
Sometimes it's just to get more practice. Some of these teams, like 27, has built up such a program that they are really doing stuff the entire competition season. And if they have a chance to go and get some extra practice time, get their drivers more match testing, it's worth it for them.
Does that door swing the other way, where there might be teams from out of the state of Michigan that would come in here just to do the same?
We get almost none that do that. I can't remember the last time we had an out-of-state team here.
Yeah.
The districts tend to be more closed to get into, and some states don't have the district and championship model that we have in Michigan. Some of them just have these open events that you can sign up for, and those are called regionals. So those will generally draw from anywhere in the world.
All right, a little bit of a long runway before we get started here, but now we are set to crank it up with our first match. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, 15 seconds of autonomous period. And we'll see who can come out strong and sharp and get maximum points early.
We got a miss from 858.
Blue Alliance dropping a piece of coral.
And actually 858 on the blue side, what they had been doing in auto is going to score an Algae. They weren't able to grab the Algae either. So a decent lead for red. And blue not being able to do what they really want to do.
So a little comeback time for the Blue Alliance. So we see some of the Algae, the big balls, starting to move up.
Oh, man.
That's a couple of mistakes there.
We saw both 35-39 dropping one and then 27 dropping one.
Got Red Alliance ahead, but not by much. Blue Alliance making a push and working hard on that coral. Blue Alliance getting that coral on the high levels. Now we're seeing both teams attack with Algae going into those nets.
Yep, we'll see small advantage for blue in Algae, but red answering back. We got 5-3 in Algae. Top row, level 4s. They're 3 open for blue. I think red is done with their top row. No, they have 1 open.
Yeah, there is a slim lead for the Red Alliance. They cannot rest at all. As we see Blue Alliance successfully placing Algae into the top of that net.
Yep. Take a look at 858 cross the field. They're trying to steal Algae from the other side. Decided it wasn't worth it and drove back.
That's 4 points for every piece of Algae going into that net.
Now, as we approach endgame here, red with a small lead, it's important to remember red can triple climb 12 points apiece for 36 points. Blue can only get 2. So their max endgame score is going to be limited to 26. So red has the advantage in the endgame as well.
So they've got to pile up points now with the Algae or the coral.
Yeah, blue's got to score until the last second. Luckily, they had a couple high scores waiting, level 4s. Closed the score a little bit. But man, red is really starting to stretch it out a little bit.
Yeah, that gap is just stayed steady at about 10 points the whole stretch here.
Yeah, and we are scoring all the Algae. This is the last Algae to be scored. 858 puts it up, and it's good.
Wow.
They're scoring level 1s. There's nothing left on the red side. Blue still with some openings on level 2.
This is high-level robotics for sure. Both teams over 200 points. Red in the hanging position in the cages in the barge zone.
Yep.
We got 2 lifts for blue. Red looks like they got all 3.
Red's got all 3. We saw 858 trying to do a last-second score on the field. Would have been nice if they could make it over for the 2 bonus points. but we knew it was going to be 3 climbs to 2, and I think Red had maybe a 2-point lead going into that end game. Expect them to extend that lead by another 12 points here.
Wow, 200 points, and it will not be enough for the non-victorious alliance, and based on the board, that would be the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a 240-something to a 230-something score here. Maybe even 250 to 240. It's going to be up there.
Big time stuff. And that really will magnify, that will underscore the importance of not making mistakes.
Yeah,
it's tough, it's frustrating, but you know, even one small mistake, your machine gets hung up for 10 seconds, or you drop coral or algae and misplace it can come back to hurt you.
And it's almost more so for this Aptiv alliance that was wearing the blue bumpers. Because they don't have that third hang, they only can get 2 hangs there, they're almost playing behind by 10 or 12 points. And we saw it in this match. Like, that reef was full. There was almost nowhere left to put stuff on the reef. Every single algae ball is scored somewhere, which means the only way they can make up that 10-point deficit is level 1 coral at 2 points apiece. They got to score 5 extra level 1 coral to make up for that. Maybe 6.
Red Alliance is the winner, and the numbers on the board here, 251 to 227. And the numbers are very, very even. Barge points, I think, might end up being the big difference, but
251 is a monster score.
Quentin from the Blue Alliance is standing by right now with Kaylee.
Quinn, a very high-scoring game for you guys. Not, unfortunately, the results that you want. What are you guys going to tweak moving forward?
Yeah, so it's definitely a very tight match. We're just going to try to learn from that, do the best game we can our next coming round, yeah.
Is there anything that you guys think went wrong in that match?
I think we all played pretty well. I'd say we're just going to kind of review the video, look over the match, make sure we're doing the best we can.
All right, well, good luck to you. Dan and Dan, we're going to send it back to you. We're going to get a member of the Red Alliance here in just 1 minute.
Kaylee, thank you. Keeping Kaylee on her toes down there. And video highlights. Let's jump into those right now. This is the autonomous stretch for the Red Alliance.
Yep, and they did quite well here. We're going to see 3 from 35-39, 3 from 27. And then I think that 4th one they did get that we saw just at the very end there. And then Blue basically answering right back. So we've got 3 apiece on the sides. But there's where we saw 858 on the back of that, not getting the extra algae that they're used to getting in auto mode. And now we have some driver control here. And that's 858's job. They were, kind of a surprise pick to a lot of people. They were down in the rankings, not scoring as many points as some other robots, but they are algae specialists, and that's important here at the state championship. Like we saw, every single algae was scored.
And here's the hang.
Yep, 27 just very fast, able to slide in there at the last second and also make the climb.
Close, very close. Let's go downstairs and talk to Amaro, who is with Kaylee.
Hey guys, Amira is here with me from the Red Alliance. Dan K called that a monster score. What do you think was the key behind that big score?
I think just staying calm and focused. We had some issues in the beginning with some algae. We couldn't really grab it, so we just descored them. And some of them actually went on the other side of the field. But I think just staying calm under pressure. We take things one match at a time, one coral at a time. We don't like to think about the next match going forward. We just want to focus on what's going on and just communicating with your partners. Because if you have that open communication and things are going wrong, you can have the win like we did before.
Very well said. Thank you, Amira.
Yeah,
and good luck moving forward. Dan and Dan?
Thanks, Kaylee. Let's go to our scoreboard. Big numbers all the way across.
Yep. So we saw the barge points, 36-14. What that actually means is one of the robots that we thought was up was not up. Again, the field is scored 3 seconds after the end of the match. Maybe they swung down and were just touching at the wrong time. If we gave them the extra 10 points there, it would have been 337 for Blue, which, they were inches away from getting. But, 251, you can't, you're going to have to up your game here, especially in these final matches. We had 2 penalty points. I believe that human player threw a ball when they weren't allowed to. So at the end of autonomous mode, you got to wait until the match starts before you can pick the ball up and throw it. They threw it a little early. Those 2 points didn't have any effect here. And doesn't really change the 251. I mean, 251, right. 249, either way. That's a great score. The Algae battle slightly in favor of blue in our Aptiv alliance, but enough in coral and enough in barge to make it not matter.
Well, that will put an end to that match. And we will roll into our next match coming up here. Let's take a look at our teams coming in here. This is the Hemlock Semiconductor Group, the Milford Hot Team, Kalamazoo County Strike Force, and St. Clair Flurb. And then on the flip side, the Blue Alliance, Consumers Energy Foundation, Center for Innovation, Strike Zone, St. Joseph, the Average Joes. Nice dodgeball reference from that movie. And Ernest Seaholm, Automation Nation.
So that one, you can tell us where they got their name from.
That's right.
St. Joe High School, love the dodgeball movie.
That's
and
about the
only
one, right? Good for them. You got to expose kids to some classics from 10, 20-ish years ago.
Absolutely.
Vince Vaughn and Ben Stiller, if you want to pick that up on streaming later after this event is over. And yeah, we're locked in here for this match.
Yep, we got. Let me see. Couple things I can give you about these alliances. 2767 Strike Force and 67 played together at last year's state championship. Failed to make it here to the Final Four, to our final field. Also, 67 and Strike Zone 5460 have played against each other a lot in the past. Strike Zone has never won.
Ooh. So that ups the ante a little bit here.
Yeah, and by never won, I mean never knocked them out of an elimination round match. I don't know about qualification matches.
Never beat them head-to-head, right, yeah. Gotcha.
We got a couple numbers, too, I guess. If we look at some of the big differences here, the average teleop coral score, Hemlock in red had 104, only 90 from Consumers, 89 from Consumers. So we see a big difference there and in Algae.
Here we go, autonomous for 15 seconds. Let's see who can strike first.
Yep, 36-20, doing that nice, grabbing an extra coral and scoring it, grabbing another coral, or algae, sorry, and scoring that as well. This is very smart because there are two people running to the human stations to reload. If you have your third robot that can be taking the algae and scoring it, to stay out of the way like that, that's going to be an advantage in every match.
Yeah. Now we see the Red Alliance making an effort to get some algae points.
29-60 on the defensive side of the field. It looks like they are playing defense. I can't tell if they're trying to steal that algae or not. 27-67 manages to get it away from them.
Boy, these scores have just taken off like a rocket. And again, this is what I'm noticing is how aggressive these teams are to get the algae points as quickly and as early as possible.
And this is why. The algae is the only thing on the field that you can really fight for. There's so many coral that you can get from your safe human player, but an algae on the ground, either alliance can go for that. So you see a priority on getting those scored first.
Yeah, like a 50-50 ball in basketball.
Exactly, yep.
So only a 6-point lead. And again, Red Alliance working that algae, putting it in that net. And a Blue Alliance miss on the algae.
Yep, so Red has the advantage there. What is that, 8-4?
Yeah.
Pretty big advantage there. The Reefs look about even, so I think most of the advantage right now is in that algae. And 27-67 crossing the field to poach another algae, and there's one more in the corner that they're going to try to steal as well. And they've got it. So huge advantage up in the nets. That is 11-4. So 7 extra balls up there at 4 points a ball.
And that explains the scoring gap on the screen, and Red Alliance just kind of piling it on now a little bit. Some defense in the corner there with machines locked up. We're going to break off and go to our barge zone for hanging in just a couple of seconds here.
Yep, 27-67 playing some defense before they go out to do their hang. And this is what you're talking about. They scored all of that algae. They still had time to come back, and we're missing 3 level 2, 4 level 2 on the reef for Red, so plenty of time for them to still fill that reef up after fighting for all the algae.
Blue Alliance is only going to get, well, they might get all 3.
There's time, yep.
Only 2, that 54-60 machine poised to get up there, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, they were off the ground, but they fell back down too fast. And same thing on the other side. 58-43, I think, was up at one point, but I don't know if they were up when the scores were counted. They're definitely down on the ground now.
Well, feels like another Red Alliance win.
Yep, at worst, Red is going to go even in the end game. They've both got 2 up for sure. And if the other robots are both down, that'll be a wash. And Red up, they were up, 30, 40 on the scoreboard. So it should be a relatively comfortable win here. But our losing alliance is still going to add 26 more points in the end game, which is still going to put them up in the high, 180s, mid 180s, almost 190.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's going to get around 200, if not more.
I think you need to be at least 200, but I think that the winning scores, 240, 250 is where you really want to be. Especially if you choose to not play defense. If you choose to play defense, might be a little lower. But we did see in that last match, right? We saw 2960 over there for the Blue Alliance trying to play some defense, and it didn't slow them down a whole lot.
So Average Joe's, look at this costume. That's right out of the movie.
That is all out. Yep.
All out of the movie.
I wonder if they get that custom printed or if they found some actual Average Joe's jerseys on the internet to buy.
And of course, there's a joke in the movie about a costume mix-up.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes. We'll leave it at that, though.
Let's say, right. I should say a uniform mix-up, not a costume mix-up, but yeah. And the headband, that's very well done. The red headband, nice job. They're going to tally up the scoring and sort this out. Maybe penalty points might be a thing. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be some penalty points. It's going to take a big change somewhere
to flip
to flip this outcome.
Yes.
Yep. But this is a good preview for what I think we're going to see is we saw in the first match 858 putting a lot of stock in the Algae, going after Algae all around the field. Then in this last match, we saw the Average Joes, right, 3620, doing their double Algae auto mode to get an advantage there, and then trying to focus on Algae. We saw a few misses, though, and our Hemlock Alliance was able to capitalize on that with a big advantage. I think it was 11-4 when all was said and done.
And in a way, if you could hoard all of the Algae, then you're kind of indirectly playing defense against the other team.
Yeah.
You're taking their potential
yeah, it's a
points
scarce
away
resource.
from them, right?
So, yeah, every one you score is one they can. And like we said, the reef is safe. You can always go back to the reef. So, you're going to spend your first minute of the match going for the stuff that is contested, and then you can come back and finish up the safe kind of protected points.
Kind of an oversized dodgeball there.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're getting closer to finishing the tabulation, and everything pointed to a higher point effort by the Red Alliance, but we've got to wait for that to be confirmed, and the crowd here is finding out it is a Red Alliance win. Score not gangbusters big, but again, you said anything north of 200 is probably going to put you in the driver's seat, and it is enough to win that match, 214-182.
And so we've got some missing points from what we were expecting, and a lot of that, it looks like maybe the hang didn't go through.
Let's get downstairs. Kaylee, Maritech.
Cameron is here with me from the Blue Alliance. Cameron, the score came up as you were standing next to me. What is your reaction seeing that?
Yeah, overall I was okay with the Alliance's performance. I think there's a couple things we can clean up on the Algae and climb front from us for sure, so definitely not capped out yet.
Do you think that's something you guys are going to be able to fix before going into the next match?
Yeah, for sure. It was just some minor flukes on definitely our part, and then a little bit on our Alliance partner's part as well to be able to max out our score and get up there. So.
All right, thanks, Cameron. Dan and Dan, we're going to send it back to you.
Kaylee, thank you, and let's pick up our highlight package from this last match. We've got the autonomous period playing out, and here's how things rolled.
Yeah, very solid auto mode from both sides, in fact. So that double score up top there for 36-20. And now we see 27-67. This was one of the keys to the match. They crossed the field. They're in the defensive position, but they're playing offense. They're stealing those Algae, and they are really, really running up the advantage there in our net in the middle. And then this is interesting, right? They're sort of like, we're here. I'm going to hit these guys because they're trying to load and score. And then they can go for that ball later. They can go hang later. So I think once they were in that position, I don't think there was anything wrong with the robot, but they did choose to play some defense since they were already on that side of the field.
So again, that's pretty efficient work using the coral there. Filling it up, and then the Algae on top too. That's a big difference maker for the Red Alliance.
Yep, and let's watch here. So we see, again, 54-60 goes up and slips down. Just trying to really look, because I feel like we were missing some hang points, and it does look like
58-43 is on the ground.
Down. I wonder if 67 was also touching. So they were swinging back and forth there. If they were touching at the wrong time, they might have lost those points as well.
Let's go downstairs with Kaylee.
Speaking of Red Alliance, Taylin is here with me. Taylin, what did you guys want to accomplish in that match, and do you think you accomplished it?
So basically, we just wanted to score as many points as possible. We wanted to hit our max, see what we're going up against. So we were just testing all the positions we could. We wanted to get the same scores we were getting on our back on our old field. And we did miss our climb, as they were saying. 67 did not climb. And then most of our third partners were defended for a majority of the match, so that did not help with getting our max.
You said you wanted to get the same scores you did in the last field. Are they comparable? Are they the same?
We were about 30 points off, but again, our third partners were defended for a majority, and they couldn't score for most of the match.
All right, well, good luck going into the future. We're going to send it back upstairs.
Kaylee, Taylin, thank you. Good insight. We will be right back in just a moment with more First in Michigan robotics action coming to you live from Saginaw Valley State University.
How do you change the way the world moves? Change course. Aptiv is engineering the brain and the nervous system to bring the future of mobility to life with advanced computing platforms and smart vehicle architecture, taking you from point A to point B and every point in between. We are Aptiv, and we're moving mobility forward.
Clean energy, as explained by Sam.
It goes around, it makes Trixie. If the clock goes it goes faster, 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 faster. And if it's zero, it goes.
It's a little more complicated than that. Thankfully, there are 8,000 Consumers Energy employees doing the work to make the energy you depend on cleaner and more efficient by the day.
Consumers Energy, count on us.
Working here at HSC has provided me opportunities to advance in my career.
Every day there's something different. The work atmosphere here is great.
I definitely feel developed here.
Coming here, it won't box you in. It'll allow you to find out what you really want to do.
I see sustainability becoming more important in the future, and working with the robot that has those features on it will really help me later on in life in my future job or career.
And these students that are able to solve the complex problems of tomorrow with the FIRST Robotics competitions and the complex robots they build today, I think are going to be a major part of our sustainability future.
And here's our scoreboard, 214-182. But Dan, the numbers that make the difference, Algae. Wow.
Yeah, we saw the big difference in the nets above. And then looking through, it looks like there was 8 points. I believe that was a pinning penalty. And then, so you're allowed to pin a robot for a maximum of 3 seconds. Then you got to back off by like 3 feet, give them a chance to move. If you keep pinning, you get a major penalty on top of the initial minor penalty. And that's what we're looking at here, those 8 penalty points. And then we talked about that score. We expected it to be a little higher. Only 1 robot hanging, could have been 3. That would have added 20 points to the score, which would have put them back up at 234, which is essentially where you would expect that alliance to be, right in line with their average score.
Well, for Argosy, the relationship with First is built on a strong foundation of support and shared values. Their early investment, providing crucial kickoff capital, helps launch teams into a season of innovation and opportunity.
Gerardo Mendez with the Argosy Foundation is sitting here with me. Gerardo, thank you for sitting here with us.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, exciting time, States weekend, right? It's
That's
a big weekend.
Yep.
So I want to talk a little bit about the foundation and the relationship that you guys have with First in Michigan.
Absolutely. So, Michigan is just one of our many partners. At the foundation, I help manage our portfolio, and, our co-founder and trustee, John Abley, he's the co-founder of Boston Scientific, and he really does love First. And he's been there in the room since the onset. And, we love what First does for the youth. And, in Michigan specifically, we have a variety of projects that, fits in with our philosophy of growing and sustaining First teams, specifically FRC, as we see it as the premier program. So in Michigan, we're able to fill in the gaps through our initiatives such as the EveryBot and KitBot step-by-step videos, which really help fill in the gaps for students that may be getting started with First and really have no idea how to build their first robot. So we help them make it easy, and we also provide direct support for teams through our team grants. And another one of our initiatives really helps provide the sort of training and workshops that coaches and mentors really need to support their teams, and that is paired with some monetary support in the form of a coach signing bonus, either for new teams or teams that are returning. So we think that's great, and we've seen it produce real results. As a result of our grants, we were able to see 55 new rookies this year. And Michigan is definitely one of our biggest pieces of the pie in terms of our portfolio. Just in the last couple of years, we've been able to provide over $575,000 towards these ends.
Staying on that topic, I guess, of what you guys provide for the students here, I want to talk a little bit about the Kickoff Capital. Can you talk about that?
Oh, absolutely. So Kickoff Capital was really an initiative, which our executive director and other folks, other colleagues, such as myself, Jacob, on our team, and Shirley, we really went out there and scoped, the entrepreneurial landscape as it relates to First. We found out through field anecdotes that First alumni were going on and starting their own companies, and naturally Argosy and John Abley, as part of his vision, were thinking, well, how can we support them on their entrepreneurial journey? We know that not, all the participants will go on into the workforce or are not necessarily interested in that pathway, but a lot of them are interested in starting their own companies. So we were able to make, our first round of investments, and we've already made a few follow-on investments. So we will actually be in Houston, and Jacob and Shirley will be presenting and sharing more about Kickoff Capital and, some of the work that we're doing there.
How could students get involved with this or get interested with Kickoff Capital?
So we actually have a designated website, Kickoff Capital. Folks can go up there and really take a look at all the information. And we also have a form that can be submitted for folks that are interested. And, we'll organically go through our review process and be able to contact folks that, may be suitable for, perhaps an investment in their early stage funds. Hence the name Kickoff Capital.
Kickoff, they're kicking kids off.
That's right.
So I want to touch a little bit on you as well. You were saying you're not a First alum, but obviously you're here. You're interested in First. Why First, and why are students here so special?
Well, really, I started off as a young sociology major with minors in business administration and criminology and law studies. And then I really got into the research game through the McNair Scholars Program. And I started really becoming interested in the areas of economic development and avoiding, the school to prison pipeline and things of that nature. And I started looking into the youth services space and, these things such as workforce development. And I became an intern at Argosy, and it was a natural fit. I've been there for over 5 years, examining and monitoring the results. And the youth services space is excellent. And FIRST is doing a great job of building a pipeline that has, proven outcomes, and the research demonstrates that.
Well, we appreciate everything that Argosy Foundation does and that you do for FIRST. So thank you so much for sitting here with us and spending some time with us. We are going to send it back to Dan and Dan.
Thanks, Kaylee. Big energy in the building. Keeping things lively, and the joint is jumping. One of the new additions, the virtual robotics studio, that also was part of our previous sponsor. There's robotics TV star Dan Kimura.
Yeah, I can't get away with saying I don't know anything about this, can I?
No.
One of the things we've been trying to do is find ways to support teams. So we want to make this experience available to everybody in the state of Michigan. But some teams need more help than others. And one of the things that we've been able to do is first added kind of a basic robot design in the kit of parts. We've taken that design, we've made a bunch of video lessons to guide teams through the entire process of building, programming, wiring that robot. And release that in video form, because that's what people are, you need to learn how to fix your toilet, you're going to watch a YouTube video. So along the same lines, we created these videos to support those teams.
Yeah, Argosy, again, very much involved and invested in helping create this. Just what we need, more airtime for Dan Kimura, right?
Right.
No, but it's great. No, truthfully, those videos work very well for teams that are just kind of looking to get the big picture perspective.
Yep, yeah. And that's, we always check in with some of the rookie teams when we go to events, see how it's working for them. And there are a lot of them who have done that, and they said it really makes a difference, especially in their first season.
Speaking of rookie teams, how about that? 35 new teams competing in the state of Michigan this year, and 35 teams competing here at state championships. So still just always great to have the newcomers, the teams that are just getting their feet wet, getting started, and starting to kind of work their way into this.
I mean,
great
and this is impressive, right? 35 rookie teams in the state of Michigan, and we had 7 of them make it here to the state championship. So that's top 30% in the state, and 7 of them made it here as rookies.
We had some very bad weather in the northern Michigan area, in the lower peninsula earlier this week here, and ice storms and down power lines. Well, it really had a negative impact because the Magna Bridge being shut down.
Yep.
There's 10 teams from the UP that were planning to come down, and I think we were told there was 9 of the 10 teams. Everybody came, or most of them came, but they all had to get routed through Chicago.
Yeah, I think some might have made it before the bridge was closed.
Okay.
But definitely several of them had to make the trip the long way around.
Wow. But you know what? It's God bless them for plugging ahead, taking a little extra time on the drive, and
I never would have thought of it, but I think if you live in the UP, you're kind of locked in on that. You're watching the bridge status, and
right.
They probably had some plans. But yeah, it was a situation where I think it was hey, if we're gonna get there in time for the doors to open, we gotta either start driving now or hope we get lucky and that bridge opens.
And kudos to Gail Alpert, who again runs everything here with First in Michigan Robotics. She was actually trying to see, hey, can we get a ferry?
Yep,
can we get what is? I mean, she was going to leave no stone unturned to make sure that the teams that wanted to get here could get here.
I have no doubt that if they couldn't drive through Chicago, we would have gotten some private helicopter rides or something. I don't know.
I know. She is very resourceful. Let's see. Well, we got a little bit of a ramp-up time here for our next match. Let's go to our brackets. And take a look-see at what's happening here as we move into round 3.
Yeah, so this is just a reminder. We are playing a double elimination tournament. So our 2 winners, DTE and Hemlock Semiconductor, will be facing in our upper bracket, round 2. Winner of that is in the finals. Good to go. And then in our lower bracket, Aptiv and Consumers Energy both lost their first round matchup. The loser of that match will be eliminated. The winner will face the loser of our match number 3 here between DTE and HSC, and the winner of that gets back to the finals. And then if you are a double elimination aficionado, we do not reset the bracket. That means when we get to the finals, it's just one best 2 out of 3, and that will decide our champion.
So teams are getting their introductions. Clarkston Team Rush, the Romeo Biting Bulldogs, and Hollywood. Milford, the hot team. Kalamazoo County 4-H Strike Force, and St. Clair Flurb.
Yep, so these are some of the most storied teams in Michigan that we have facing off here right now. Team 27 won the Michigan State Championship in 2014, 2016, 2022, and 2024. They've won it 4 times. On the other side, Team 67 won it in 2009, 2011, 2012, and 2016. They've also won it 4 times, but haven't actually been back here on the final field since 2018. So they've had a bit of a drought. You've also got 2767, who has 2 world championships, but has never won the Michigan State Championship. They were finalists twice, so they're looking for their first ever state title here.
You know, the question will get asked, how do these teams stay consistent when, you know, every 3-4 years you've got significant changeover in your teams personnel-wise?
Yeah, so the students will cycle through, but a lot of these teams like 27, 67, 67 that we're seeing out here, they have like structure around it. They have a lot of mentors that stick around from year to year, but they have a system that will bring in new mentors, get them trained up. They have a system where the kids are starting not in high school, but might be on a middle school team or on an elementary school FLL or FTC team. So by the time they get to high school, they've got some training as well.
Drivers are getting ready. We're going to roll into autonomous. Teleop comes first. Sorry, autonomous, then Teleop,
yep.
Right? Got it right?
Yep, just watching. We're going to see if anybody can get a 4th score. It's like a little bit of a hang-up on the blue side. Red, very strong.
Red Alliance crashing through with over 60 points.
Yeah, 67 was lined up for the last score, did not make it.
See if anybody strikes first quickly with Algae. There's 1 score for each side.
Yep, pretty much same time. And now 2767 is going to try to fight for Algae on the other side of the field again. So they've crossed the field. They just took one. And this is the only one on the ground on the red side of the field that they took.
Not a lot of defense going here as we see both teams working to get that Algae up and into those nets.
Yeah, we see 2767 this time crossing back across the field to continue going for Algae. And since they're over, they might as well get a coral, but they did drop the Algae in the process.
Well, this is
not great.
Green light go offensively for both of these teams. That Algae's going to be gone before you know it.
Yep, we got, 9, it looks like, to 6 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
Blue Alliance having a tough time grabbing that piece of Algae. Now they got it, and it goes in. As you can see from our high-angle camera now. Ooh, look at this. A wide angle, and then the camera's in the corners.
Yeah, this is my favorite shot. We'll see now, too. There is still 2 Algae left for Blue to score. Nothing left for Red. And a bit of a miss there, though, 2767. Let's see if they get this one. But that Algae has been kind of their comeback. Meanwhile, 67 and 58-43 have just been filling the rack as 2767 goes for all of those Algae points. And that's it. They've cleaned the field.
Blue Alliance can't get enough Algae, and now it's going to be on the Red Alliance to dig up some coral and then hang.
Yep, 12-6 on the Algae. Blues Reef looks full to me. I don't see any openings. Red does still have a couple openings, and that's why we have this lead. It's what, like a 20, almost 30-point lead now.
Yeah. Red Alliance is only going to get 2 machines in the air. Ditto for blue. So both teams get all 3 robots into the barge zone, but only 2 robots elevate for each alliance.
Yeah, so we're looking at, what, 24 points, plus the park is going to be 26 points on top of what was already, what, like a 196 for red. So they're going to be 220-ish. And then blue could be flirting again with 250. I think we're going to see something in the 240s on the blue side.
Wow. Big numbers, but I won't jinx it and say there could be a tie, but
you never know.
You
Again,
never know.
We have seen a handful of penalties. We saw 8 points of penalties in the last match. That could, chip away at this lead a little bit. If one of those robots, again, was swinging wrong, was touching the ground, or was touching another robot that we couldn't quite see from up here, could lose out 10 points there, just be parked instead of hanging.
What's going on with the hat selection here on this guy? He's got, what, they got like 6? That's a bit aggressive. And then he mixes it up all the way at the top. But you know what?
I can make up a story, but it's going to be completely fabricated.
Well, we love the visuals, all the different things to look at here. Some are maybe more thought out than others, but what the heck?
Hey, he looked happy with the, the 6-hat stack.
Right. So we're going to roll into our scoring and tell you that we have a blue alliance win. 245 to 227.
It looks like clean match, no penalties, so those scores coming out about how we expected. 245, not the highest score we've seen. We saw 251 earlier with 2 penalty points, but big scores from both sides.
Blue Alliance win. Let's go downstairs and join Kaylee Marentek.
Tyler is here with me from the Blue Alliance. Tyler, I have a question for you. I talked to you in West Michigan at Grand Valley State University. Is there anything you guys changed from that weekend to this weekend?
Yeah. One thing, we're not actually using it right now, but we put on a level 1 mechanism. So if we're scoring coral, we can put it on level 1 now. Another big thing that's helped us a lot, we have auto align for when we're putting algae in the net. So we can just drive up, hit it, it'll do its thing. That match we had a bit of a problem with it. Our programmers will figure it out.
Still 12 coral up there. That's a pretty good number for you guys.
Feeling pretty good about it.
All right, congratulations, Tyler. Dan and Dan, we're going to send it back to you for now.
Auto align, interesting. Good job.
Yeah, so you can see around the bottom of the reef, there are those they look kind of like QR codes. Those are called April tags. And the robots will use cameras and vision to be able to align with that. So some of them are using that to align the coral. There are also some, we can just see it above the blue there where the net is, and on the red side, you can actually use it over there to align your distance to the net. So it seems like 2767 has a sweet spot that they want to get to make sure that the ball falls in, the algae falls in the net. And they're using, that vision system to help make it more reliable. See 3539 and 2767 going up. And I think when we see the final scoreboard here with all the breakdowns, it's going to be a story of algae. We saw 2767 just going anywhere there was a spare ball, grabbing it and putting it up on their side of the field.
Very impressive. Boy, look at that algae just stacked up there in the net. Let's go downstairs. Kaylee standing by with Lynn.
Red Alliance member Caitlin is here with me. Caitlin, what happened in that last match that you guys need to change?
So there was a lot of algae that kind of got away from us in the match. I think just focusing on what the algae that's on the ground in front of us and making sure it gets in the barge will help us to just get more have more of an equal in the net. Because I felt like a lot of them went to the other side or they were picked up by the other alliance, which we don't want happening. Because we know we can outscore them in the reef. We just need to pick it up with our algae, which I think we will in the next match. We're always learning and improving from our different skills and the differences that we face. And I think our alliance is coming together really well.
Very well said. Glad you guys have been able to learn along this way. Good luck moving forward. Dan and Dan?
Caitlin, thank you. Let's roll to the board. Barge points, even Algae points. That's the difference. Pretty much. Yeah, 18, exactly the
I
difference.
did say this is going to be the story of the Algae. I didn't know it was going to be even, completely tied in every category except there. But that is an extra 14 or an extra 18 points in Algae. 4 points apiece. It's a pretty big difference here. And we saw that too. We saw almost twice as many Algae up for blue as for red.
So, here's what's coming up now. We get to the lower bracket, round 2, match 4. West Catholic, Grand Blanc, and Wyoming. One of these alliances will be knocked out. And we have Center for Innovation, Ernest Seaholm, and St. Joseph. The Average Joes are back. Not very average last time around, though, were they?
Not very average, no. This year they have a great robot. They usually have a good robot. And 5460, got a good look at them there. This is another robot that has been a finalist 3 times at the Michigan State Championship, 16, 19, and 22, but have not won yet.
So the machines are in place, ready to pounce. Autonomous scoring for 15 seconds. Let's see who gets the jump on who here.
Good, 5460 going back. Are they going to get this last one? They did, by the way. So you got a tie game.
Wow, 55. And off we go into Teliop.
We've got to keep an eye. 2960 is playing defense. They're the only alliance thus far that's been playing defense. They're trying to knock those balls out of the way, the Algae out of the way, trying to knock the coral out of the way, too, to make it harder to get more. Big hit, too. Wow. We'll see, it is dangerous. Remember that tape line around the reef, the red tape line and blue tape line. If a robot is over that line, they are protected. You cannot hit them on defense. 2075, though, can't get past the defense here. They have to go across the field to the other side, and this is helping out. But 858 is sneaking around and getting a bunch of Algae from the other side of the field. So they're not playing robot on robot defense. They are trying that starvation strategy where they're trying to collect the extra Algae.
And there's a piece of Algae gobbled up there by the 855, 858 Demons Robotics. And they successfully placed that Algae in the net.
And we saw Strike Zone score one and then miss one of the Algae, so there's still a few on the floor. 2075 a little bit slow at getting that Algae out of the reef on their side. Uh-oh, that's broken. No, not broken.
Yeah.
Control issue.
Ooh, that was, ooh, boy.
The way that fell down, it looked like it completely lost power, but they are able to score it.
They finish. Still, you can see on bottom of the screen, Blue Alliance way behind in Algae points.
Yep, 858, that's their whole job on this alliance, is just go and score the Algae. Looks like we've got, what, 9-10? 10-6 in the Algae department right now. But crucially, Blue is also falling behind on the reef. They are just now finishing level 4, and they've still got a bunch of open spots on level 3. They need those scored as well. But not much time left in the match. We've only got 8 seconds left as we go to endgame here.
Yeah, we can see we got 2 Red Alliance robots and 3 Blue Alliance.
Yep, again, 5460 not able to stay up in there. So it's going to be 2 hanging to 2 hanging.
858. Demons Robotics could not get into the barge zone.
So good look here at, again, our final end of match screen. 2960 now on the ground, but they were hanging at the end of the match. 5460 did not get up. Looks to be red favored. We saw more Algae on the red side. So we lost our scoreboard at the end of that. But I think red was ahead going into the end game. See a good look at getting the robots off. Sometimes it's harder and takes more time to take the robot off the hanging position than to get it on in the first place.
So we'll tally up our scores here. And again, we cannot underscore enough just how many the significance of the Algae points. It is a Red Alliance win.
Pretty good scores too.
Yeah,
224.
That's a sizable gap, 224 to 185. Oh, 39 points.
Yep. So our was that Consumers Energy Alliance, Consumers Energy Foundation Alliance has been eliminated, despite what, a 182 and a 185, good scores, but we gotta see 200 something.
Yeah.
Good news for
it's 200 or bust.
Yeah, right? 200 or bust. And then good news for our Aptiv Alliance. They kind of raised their score up, or kept their score high, 227 in the first round, 224 in this round. Might need to find a few more points, though, at some point, because 245, 250 from some of the other alliances that they got to watch out for.
Kaylee is standing by with Jeff from the winning alliance.
Jeff is here with me. I had to ask you, I wanted 858 in particular because I saw your guys' bot going to steal Algae from the other alliance. Talk about that strategy.
Our strategy there is to take points away from them and get them for us. Because we can go over, take the Algae from them and score it for us. So they lose 4 potential points and we gain 4 points.
Was defense really in your guys' strategy?
Grabbing the Algae is part of defense. We're more there to just get in their way so they take longer to pick up from the station. So in part with grabbing it, their Algae is we're just in their way. They have to go around us or try and go through us. And it's a little bit of a mind game because we're taking their points and we're in their way.
Well, the strategy worked for you guys. Yeah. Good luck moving forward. Back upstairs.
All right, Kaylee, thank you very much. Good insight. Maybe, Kaylee, next time we can get some hair products tips from Jeff. Working on some purple down there. That was good. Graphics. Let's take a look at the scores. Algae in favor of the Red Alliance, and then they win in Coral too, so that's kind of where it is.
Yep. And this is the problem. Like, you have to be able to fight for the Algae, but if fighting for the Algae costs you Coral points, if you're not able to fill your reef, it's going to be a hard match to win. Now, Consumers Energy was playing one on defense. They sent 2960 over to the other side of the field to try to play some defense and slow down the scoring. It does not look like it was effective enough. There might have been some point where they had to bring them back and try to contribute to finishing that reef out. If you think about it, if you're playing defense, that's fine. But if the reef is full and all the Algae is scored, what are you defending? You're defending the lowest point level 1 scores. At that point, if your reef is empty, maybe you come back and try to contribute to scoring to close the gap.
Good thoughts. Let's get to the highlights of the last match.
Yeah, 5460, I believe, is going to get 4 here on the blue side. But they are matched by 2337. And we were, again, very close, almost tied coming out of auto mode. And then we see 2960 here, some big hits on defense. But when they're doing that, the other side of the field, that other loading station is wide open. Now 858, we can see them crossing the field. And we needed a little bit more urgency here on the Algae. We saw 5460 going ahead and scoring a Coral instead of picking up some of that Algae. 858 feasted on those free balls. You can see them grabbing another one here and then finding their way over to score that up top.
And you just have to hit everything right. You just can't have a little bit of a, non-success.
Yeah, those misses, and the algae misses, I think, are more painful than the coral misses. Because again, you're trying to hoard those. You're trying to get more of those for your side. Missing one is going to free it up. But also, I think it takes longer from that miss to reload and score it again. You got to chase that ball down. Now all of a sudden it's bouncing around the field. Could be getting hit on stuff. You got to wait for it to settle. The coral, at the very least, you can just go right back to the station, get another one, or pick another one up off the floor.
Let's take a look at the great things happening at Magna, a long-time First in Michigan sponsor, a mobility technology company that's built to innovate with a global entrepreneurial-minded team. With 65-plus years of expertise, their ecosystem of interconnected products combined with their complete vehicle expertise uniquely positions them to advance mobility in an expanded transportation landscape.
Jim Quisenberry is here with me with Magna. Thanks for joining us here, Jim.
Happy to be here.
You enjoying States Weekend so far?
It's always a great time.
Always. So Magna is always here, always a part of First. Talk about the relationship that Magna has with First in Michigan.
Well, First of Michigan is very important to Magna because it creates a healthy pipeline of students that have the skills and personality traits that we need to join our company in the future.
So Magna does a lot you see a lot of people wearing Magna shirts on the field and the pits. Talk about what that is.
Of course. Magna's a global company, and we like to do things at scale, which means if there's a large job to be done, 1 million of something to be manufactured, that's our wheelhouse. We want to jump in there and get that job done. And with the number of volunteers that we have to have on site to do an event like this, that's where Magna really enjoys coming in and supporting First Robotics with the volunteer effort.
How do you guys get so many volunteers to participate?
I think that's in our DNA of collaborating and taking responsibility. So we'll get the word out, and we have operations in over 28 countries. So at least in the United States and in Michigan, we have a very large footprint, and that creates a healthy network of volunteers.
So you talked a little bit about why students with First in Michigan are appealing to have with the company. What kind of job opportunities does Magna offer?
So we do two things. We make systems and products for the automotive industry, and we also manufacture this. So at heart, we're a manufacturing company. And if you look at what needs to be done in manufacturing, it's a lot of automation, it's a lot of heavy lifting of large parts, and robots are fantastic for that. So to do a robot, you need the machinery, you need the control system, you need some sensors to identify the part that you're picking up and do it correctly and safely, and you need all of the software to go with that. And I think that looks a lot like the robots that are out in the competition today, picking up different things, putting them in different places, doing it in a certain time. All of those skills, but probably the most important skill is how you work together as a team and how you create teamwork to make something better than what you can do individually.
So there are a lot of companies here, and a lot of these companies say students in First would be great to have in our company. Why Magna, though?
I think we pride ourselves on the scale that we can have and the culture that we have as a company. Nearly 7 decades of experience in manufacturing, engineering, and innovation, and we quietly go about our business to make the world a better place.
That was a great answer. We didn't pay you to say that either for Magna, right?
No, but Magna pays me. So okay.
Fair enough. Jim, thank you so much for joining us here. We appreciate it. Dan and Dan?
All right, Kaylee, thank you very much. Good insight. And again, another great group helping the First in Michigan robotics program just carry itself to new heights. Every year we got to have them, and they come through consistently. again, it is an army of volunteers that will carry this event and all the other regional events that lead up to this.
Yeah, it takes a ton, and this is not even accounting necessarily for the coaches. This is, kind of what each event, usually each team gives one volunteer, and then we got a bunch of other volunteers signing up as well.
Yeah, that is an impressive number. Well, we got one guy to smile. The other guy, the kid, wasn't smiling too much, but most of everybody that's here is in a good mood, and they know why they're here, most importantly. And it's not like an immediate payoff, but it's the other thing, Dan, is the people, well, you can include yourself in this group, the people that started younger, and then you just kind of keep investing more and more and more, and you never really get out, do you?
Yeah, nope, I'm still here.
You're stuck in there. Yeah. We'll take another break here. Aptiv's cutting-edge technology is making vehicles safer than ever. From backup sensors to automatic braking, their innovations are saving lives every day, reducing accidents by 60%, and turning what could be a dangerous moment into a safe one.
How was practice?
It was really fun.
Fun, okay.
We did relay track.
What do you want for dinner tonight?
We tacos.
I've got to run by the grocery store to pick some things up before.
Hey, we'll get him next time.
It is senior year. We have 2 more weeks. Sorry.
This is a fun day at the Ryder Center here at Saginaw Valley State University, and lots of energy. These kids don't even know the name of this song, I bet, do they?
Probably not.
Probably not. That's all right. They'll fill it in later.
They do kind of say it in the song name.
They do.
In the song,
They do.
so that'll help them out a little bit. But
they do. All right, here we go. We are rolling through and making our way to a championship.
Yeah, so Hemlock is in the finals, waiting to see who's going to face them. It's going to be either DTE Foundation or Aptiv. These two robots, or these two alliances, faced off in round 1, where DTE won that match 251 to 227. So this is the rematch there. We'll have to see what happens. I do think that the Aptiv Alliance does have the Algae advantage, but DTE Foundation does seem to have the like bulk scoring advantage. So it'll be interesting to see how those two match up.
What about a strategy change from the last match to this match?
I don't know if there's much that they can change. The Algae being very important. We expect Aptiv, again, 858 is going to go out, go for some Algae and try to get it back. I think, again, maybe you want to start with a second robot on Algae. If you see 858 coming across the field to steal your Algae, you would maybe make more changes on DTE, where maybe 27 and 35, 39 focus on Algae early. That's not their strength. That's not really what they do most often, but it could be the right move in this match.
So here we go with our third round, match 5, Clarkston Team Rush, Romeo Biting Bulldogs, and Holly Hollywood. We got a little delay. There's a robot that's not on the playing field.
Yep, so since one of these teams just played, it would be our Aptiv Alliance that we're looking at right here. They just played in the last match, so there is a 15-minute field break timeout in between matches. Thus, we had plenty of time for some interviews and stuff like that. That timer ran out. When the timer runs out, you got to basically be on the field or on your way on the field. So we see 2075 just bringing their robot and placing it on now.
How about the flying pink? Is that a flamingo?
I mean, I think it's a duck, but if it's pink, who knows?
Yes, yeah. Pink duck, right. Yeah, you'll see everything and anything here.
Well, they got to stay entertained through that 15-minute robot timeout.
And whoever is doing it, thank you for putting it in the camera frame. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
There we go. Of course, they can't get it all the way up here, can they? No. It's way down there.
You got close.
Yeah, there we go. You got a ways to go. See if they're.
We'll see. The trick is you got to, like with the beach balls at the sporting events, you got to hit them up. Otherwise, they end up stuck on the field.
Not up, not out. So the reintroduction of the teams. All the machines are back on the playing field.
So from back on their divisional matches, DTE in auto was scoring 43.9 Coral points on average. Aptiv was scoring 42. So we're talking about a 1.9 point difference in auto mode. That's all we would expect to see there. We do have an end game advantage for DTE as well. Remember, Aptiv, I think, only has 2 robots that can climb. The third one can only park. So again, a 28.9 point end game average for DTE versus only 22 for Aptiv on their divisions. Again, not counting their last matches that we've watched here. So those are a couple places where they might have the edge. DTE might have the edge. But we have seen Aptiv out here just absolutely going for the Algae, and that shows. Their divisional stats again, 36.4 average points in Algae for Aptiv, only 28.6 for DTE. So that's kind of the battle. We should see more Corals scored, and we should see a higher endgame score for our DTE Energy Alliance in red, but we should see more Algae from our Aptiv Alliance in blue.
Yeah, final few seconds of warm up, not really warm up, just
robots
hanging,
connecting,
just getting ready.
Field getting ready.
Everybody getting in the.
It's about a minute from when you turn the robot on to when it can connect to the field. And then the drivers might need to set a couple things up on their end before we're ready to go. So we're just waiting for that last robot. I think it was 2075 that came on the field late, a little bit late to get connected here.
So autonomous period coming up first, then we'll have a short break of 3 seconds, and then it's into teleop.
Yep, and everybody is connected now, so they're just setting up their controls. You'll actually pick an auto mode maybe on your driver station laptop that's over by where the drivers are. A lot of these teams will have, 6, 10 different auto modes that they can run, and you'll have to select it to make sure your robot does what you want it to do.
And we are off. And off we go into autonomous.
All right, keep an eye on 858 here in blue. They have been able to score this in auto mode, this Algae. They missed in their last match, but this time it's clean.
Wow, over 60 points for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance not far behind at all.
Yeah, very, very close. And we do see 27 and 35-39 both going immediately for Algae on their side of the field. Maybe a penalty there. You got to be careful. Anywhere on the ground that has tape, so that blue rectangle underneath the blue net is also a protected zone. 27 got very close to touching in there.
Big Blue Alliance points with Algae.
Yeah, but DTE did what we wanted to see. They went and focused on Algae first, and so they're actually very close. This will tie it up. I think it's 5 apiece.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 to 5.
No, it's 5
apiece. Yeah, 5 all.
Now 6. Blue Alliance cashing in. That's giving them a slight margin. for a lead.
Yeah, now we need to see Red do the thing that they can do, which is fill this reef up. They're behind on the reef because of that extra time they spent fighting off the Algae advantage. Oh, and 27, too close to the net.
Yeah. That may be impactful as Blue Alliance has their lead, 40-plus points.
And we do have to point out one of those balls, one of those Algae was scored in the processor, which is worth 6 points, but then the other team's human player gets it. So one of the balls up on the blue side actually only worth 2 points, not worth 4. So basically we got a pretty big lead for blue, but if Red can finish, 27 is really slow on that score. If Red can finish their reef and then use their end game to catch up,
and that's
take the lead.
It for Algae. It's all off the table.
Yep.
Or out of the water, so to speak.
Yeah, so 25 seconds left here. Red's got to get a couple more corals scored. You can see that score is starting to tighten up. And Red does have the ability to triple climb. Blue does not.
Yeah, they're in that barge zone right now.
35-39, struggling to get lined up though. They need them to climb here. And they can't get it.
Team Rush able to climb for the Red Alliance. Oh, this is really close.
It looks like it's going to be
close.
a wash and end game. 2 robots up on each side, 1 robot parked on each side. 35-39, if they could have connected with that cage and gotten up in the air, would have been a 10-point swing for them. They were down by about 10 points. So again, as it stands on the scoreboard and with the endgame points that we're seeing, it looks like it might be a Blue Alliance victory, Aptiv.
Yeah, but this is tight.
Yeah, this one is
really tight.
Definitely close enough that some late scoring changes that we didn't see on the live scoring, even a penalty, could swing this one. We'll see here. We got a little bit of a delay to get kind of the green light. So there are lights on the field that'll go green when it's done being scored, and it's safe for teams to come out and collect their robots. And now we've got it.
And when it's this close, you know they have to be very precise.
Yeah, and I think that's what it was. I think they were just taking their time, double checking all of the counts, knowing that a small issue could have affected stuff. We also see, looks like 2 of the refs are gesturing towards the barge zone, the hanging area, and pointing at robots and talking about stuff. So there might have been something going on in the climb area as well. So there are a few things to watch out for. Again, we talked about it scored 3 seconds after the end of the match. So if the robot is swinging and is sort of dragging across the ground at the wrong time, you could lose a climb. Also, there are a few other ways to get your climb negated if you are supported by another robot. So if the robot that's up and hanging is touching that robot that wasn't, we know 35-39 was not able to grab on and lift up. If they were touching another robot, that could be considered supporting. You would lose the climb for that as well. And then the last thing is each of the cages, you're not allowed to interact with the top of the cage or the chain. You can't grab those parts. So if you got unlucky and you tipped yourself up a little bit too far, or some part of your robot was hanging in and touching the chain, you would lose the climb as well.
Yeah, it seems like the referees are having a fairly in-depth conversation / review, referee deliberation.
Mm-hmm. The way they were gesturing to it was towards the Red Alliance. So I think that any changes are going to take points away from Red, which would just make Blue's, margin of victory bigger.
We have a Blue Alliance win. So it is close. How close? Well, pretty close. 232 to 211.
And we'll see on the barge score when we get that later how many of the climbs they lost. Because, well, the good news is if you had 2 more climbs, it would have only added 20 points. So it would have been 231 to 232. So the missed climbs, not going to affect the outcome, but could have made it real close.
Let's go downstairs with Kaylee Marintek.
Alex, Alex is here with Aptiv, the Blue Alliance, winning alliance. Alex, what's your thoughts seeing that score?
I'm really relieved. We've put a lot of effort into our alliance. We've worked really hard on our robots, and to see it pay off in this way and be able to be in the Finalists Alliance is really huge to us.
Definitely a lot of emotions from you guys. Very excited down here. Are you guys going to change anything before you head into finals?
We don't plan to change anything physically on the robot. We plan to work through everything on our robot, make sure everything's working, and take a look at what the other alliance have been doing and see what we need to change in our strategy, see if we need to adapt the way we play the game, and see whether or not we need to improve anything there.
All right, Alex, thank you, and good luck in finals. Dan and Dan?
All right, Kaylee, let's get to our video package. How did the Blue Alliance win?
So big thing here, 858 went high with that first coral in Autumn before grabbing the ball. I don't think they've run that before. I think that was new. I think they added that for that match, which scoring that coral high, 2 bonus points. As well as, whatever, you get the full 7 points for scoring it in auto mode. We can see sort of the battle here for Algae. And this, I think, like we talked about it, this was the weakness of our Red Alliance, our DTE Foundation Alliance. They're able to score them, but just a little bit slower than we would like to see. And I think what we saw later on, too, was they were dropping a few as they were clearing them off the reef. And that opened the door for 858 to go steal a couple more. Good job by 2337 as well. Just running back and forth and scoring that coral. And we can see this is coming back. This is kind of late in the match. They fought for the Algae, and that set them behind on the reef. So good luck here in the front. Blue's reef is almost done, but Red's reef in the back still got a lot of openings. And here is the climb.
Yeah, you can see that only 4 of the 6 robots.
And I don't know if you saw this. There are some parts of 7211's robot that was very close to the chain, and now on the scoreboard we can see, I think it was touching the chain. They only got credit for 1 hanging robot. If they had gotten 2 of those other robots hanging, if they gotten all 3 hanging, right, that would have been not 16 points in barge, it would have been 36. Add that to the 211. It would have been 231 to 232. Take away 858's auto mode score, and Aptiv would have lost that match. So it was very close. That auto mode was integral and is going to be important going into the finals. And we just see again, those last second climbs, you got to stay out and you got to keep scoring, but you have to hit your climb.
Yeah, you got to squeeze everything you can to get every point you can. Downstairs we go to Kaylee.
Dan K, I have a question for you now that we're in states and wrapping up this season. One thing that's been different this year is manual scoring instead of automatic. I'm curious to know your thoughts. Do you think this season worked, or do you think maybe automatic should be the way to go next year?
Oh, that is, you don't know this, but that is a loaded question.
Oh, she knows.
Oh, she knows. This has worked fine. Again, we have a little bit of a delay at the end of auto mode to make sure that everything is scored, so it does slow down the match flow a little bit. And then sometimes a little bit of a delay at the end of the match just to double count and make sure everything is where we think it is. But there have been no major errors that we're worried about here. Sometimes automated scoring, if the automated scoring system is acting up, you can end up with a completely wrong score. And it's hard to verify that. So a game like this, we're manually scoring, but other than auto mode points, we can count the score at the end of the match. You can stop the field, you can go out there and you can count every point up at the end of the match. That is sometimes nice because you know that there's nothing missed. Automated scoring, as long as it works though, is easier and gives you a more accurate score. But when it acts up, it's not great.
Yeah. Behind the scenes of the high energy matches is the heartbeat of every robotics team, the pits. That's where strategy meets innovation as students fine-tune their robots, make crucial repairs, and showcase the spirit of engineering excellence.
James Friggins is here with me from 3546. James, I've talked to you before. We just talked at Grand Valley State University. I want to learn a little bit more about your guys' bot. You guys are a strong team. What do you think makes your guys' bot special?
So really one of the big things we're very happy with what works with our robot and how it's made us very competitive is our camera system that we have on the robot. It allows us to easily move around the field and score quickly. and we have different ways to detect what we're trying to do with the robot. So we have a drone controller, and we have only 2 buttons on it to do our alignment. And we check the robot to see if it's in the algae mode, coral mode, if we want to pick up from the station. And then I just hold down one of the buttons and it directs us right there. So it takes a lot of extra thought for the scoring and reduces a lot of some of the inefficiencies with if you miss, what do you do? Like, it makes the lineup a lot smoother and more consistent.
Celebrating 30 years here, Killer Bees, this year, a very special year for you. You've been here half of that time. How would you compare the start of your time with Team 33 to now?
Well, I was had no idea what I was getting into, of course, when I started doing this, but I could see that this is something I was going to do for the rest of my life. The technology and how it's advanced and what we use, the mechanisms that we learn from each other, and of course the other technology that our suppliers have been able to offer. Many of those suppliers, almost most of them, have been started by alumni that were on a high school team 20, 25 years ago, even maybe 10 years ago, and now have an entire ecosystem to feed FIRST Robotics is really exciting to see.
I'm here with Jackson from 3767. Jackson, your guys' booth stuck out to us, first of all, very cool colors, but talk to us a little bit about your bot here.
So we have a coral scoring robot. We focus mainly on coral, but we pick up from the ground because we decided that was faster than human player intake. So pretty much do everything robot. We just spent a little while fixing our manipulator to score L4 a lot better coming into this competition, and we're feeling really good about how fast our cycles are, and we're feeling great. We're working out a couple code bugs right now, but we've got it under control and we're working out solutions right now.
I'm here with Gabe and Hannah from 10505. They are from Escanaba. Typically, it would have been a little bit easier of a drive, but talk about what happened on the way here.
Well, the bridge was shut, as you know, for falling ice, and we wound up going around through Chicago. It took us about 12 hours to get here. So we left at 2 in the afternoon and got here at 2 in the morning. So it was a long day.
We took a van up, and it was a lot of fun just hanging out. Made the drive a lot better.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Kaylee. Good insight. And we take a look at the pits and all the excitement and work that goes into getting everybody up to speed and getting those robots working. Discover how Consumers Energy's cutting-edge ATR technology reduces power outages, automatically reroutes electricity during disruptions, and that maintains reliability and minimizes downtime.
These unassuming gray cylinders, called ATRs, are helping prevent tens of thousands of outages each year. Here's how. This is a model of an electric system, similar to the one that provides energy to your home or business. At each end is a substation that feeds power to the lines you see running through your community. In the past, these two systems met in the middle, but were kept separate so they didn't do this. The problem is, when a storm blew in and knocked a tree onto the lines here, it would take out this entire system until crews could repair it. This is where ATRs change the game. They act like traffic lights for electricity. They know if the light should be green to let electricity pass or red to stop. Right now, these ATRs know they should be green to allow power to pass. Where the power lines meet in the middle, the ATRs are red to keep the two systems from meeting, just like before. Here's the difference. Now, when a storm knocks a tree onto the lines, these ATRs sense there's trouble and put up a red light to stop the electricity and make the system safe. When the ATRs in the middle sense power is lost on this side, they'll turn green, automatically restoring power to these customers until it reaches the stoplight put up by these ATRs, limiting the outage to the smallest area possible until crews can clear the tree and the system goes back to normal. ATRs are part of a modernized system that's already helping prevent tens of thousands of outages a year. So be on the lookout. If you see crews installing ATRs in your area, that means your power just got more reliable. Counting the ways you can count on us. Consumers Energy.
All right, just a little bit of a break before we roll back into our next match. Everybody maximizing their time in the pits, getting ready. Now, we talked about districts that are really building the infrastructure to make sure that they can succeed when they're at the highest level here all these districts, these school districts have all 4 FIRST programs in place.
Yeah, so we are here for the FIRST robotics competition. That is the high school level program. There's also FIRST Tech Challenge in middle schools, and then there's a couple levels of FIRST Lego League in elementary school. So one for very young, and then you move your way up. And what a lot of these places have found out is that if you start those younger teams, those kids stick with you, and by the time you get them in high school, they are ready to hit the ground running.
And speaking of running, well, we have a lot of teams up and running for robotics. And this gives you an idea of where robotics is happening across the state of Michigan. Obviously, Southeast Michigan will have the lion's share, but still, even into the outer regions of the northern upper peninsula, or the northern lower peninsula and the upper peninsula.
Yeah, the growth in the upper peninsula has been surprising, right? We used to have no events up there, so if you were an Upper Peninsula team, you'd have to drive all the way down twice a year to get your district events in. Now there are, I think, 2 events up there. So as you grow the teams, you get closer events. That makes it easier to grow the teams, and we just kind of keep going.
Time to hear from our sponsor, Aptiv, their mission to create a safer, greener, more connected future. See how their relentless innovation not only drives the cars we use, but also drives meaningful change for the world, and how you can be a part of it. And here's more coming up.
How do you explain to your children the difference that you make in the world? Here's how we do it. It starts with a dream of a safer, greener, and more connected future. We find the toughest challenges in mobility, and we bring together teams of innovators from around the globe to solve them. And then we design, we build, we test, and we design and build and test again. And again, and again. Each time making our products even better. The best part is, those products become part of the vehicles that we all drive. They connect us in new ways. They help reduce our impact on the environment. And they help save lives. We make change. We make a difference. We welcome all dreamers, innovators, and change makers to join us.
All right, we're coming up on our first match of the finals. About 2 minutes away as the teams working back towards the playing field with their robots.
Yeah, it looks like we got all of the Blue Alliance robots, and the third Red Alliance robot is rolling. We can see them. They're about to pick the robot up.
And at this point, it's a best 2 of 3.
Best 2 out of 3,
yeah.
And that's it. Unless there are ties.
There's fearless leader Gail. And she's that's a kind of the hokey pokey, almost. She's almost doing it, right?
She might accidentally start doing it if she gets into her conversation here. But yes, that is Gail Alpert, president of FIRST in Michigan.
And she is fantastic. High energy, does a great job of getting everything going.
And you can see here, 530 teams versus 291 in California, and they got a pretty big population advantage, too.
Yeah, wow, 530. That's just incredible that a state with that kind of geography really it dominates in terms of having, the total number of schools.
Yeah, and I think looking at just the total number of teams tells part of the story. Yes, we're very good about going out and starting teams. But, in the past, I would say 5 years or so, we talked about Virtual Robotics Studio earlier. We're doing some of these things, trying to bring workshops to these teams, trying to do stuff that not only starts a new team, but gives them the resources that they need to be more successful and more sustaining.
Yeah. Well, is there any anxiety or nerves? How do you kind of clear everybody emotionally for this?
Yeah, everybody's going to do this a little bit differently. It looks like 67 likes to just sit around and actually do the hokey pokey. We got the Blue Alliance teams just kind of also dancing around a little bit, staying loose in their driver's station, talking a little bit about what the plans for the match are. Both of these alliances have reason to believe that they have a good shot here in the finals. So let's look back at some of their scores. In the final field here, our Aptiv Alliance has been able to do, 232, 227, and 224. Their biggest score on their division field, Aptiv, before they came out here, was 235. So they're very consistent right around that 230 mark. That's good, but Hemlock, their highest unpenalized score was 249 on their divisional field. They've got a 245 here, but the Achilles heel, the one sign of weakness that they've shown, they only scored 214 in their first match. Now that was 214 against the Consumers Energy Alliance that we know is playing defense, so that will bring the scores down a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see. The other thing is going to be interesting in this match, the thing that I'm going to be watching from the beginning, 858, we know they go for that Algae, and that's pretty much their only job. 2767 does the same. So this is the first match where we're going to really have two Algae specialists fighting against each other.
And will anybody lean into some defense?
I don't think we're going to see robot-on-robot defense. I think it's going to be a battle for who can collect the other team's Algae the best and the fastest.
So we are down to crunch time. Two alliances are left here to compete for a state championship. So we're going to do some introductions first, get to know these teams a little bit more, and then we'll turn them loose.
Yeah, we do a handshake here before the final match. So they're going to bring all the alliances out onto the field, give them one more introduction. They'll shake hands, and then they'll head back, and we'll start this first match. We got 23-37 here. Engine Nerds, they have won a world championship or state championship before. I believe it was in 22. But they've got one under their belts. Yeah, we talked about 67 and 27 both having 4, or 67 having 4 and 27-67 having none, despite 2 world championships.
Dan, with this group of these 6 different schools, which team has the least amount of experience?
That's a tricky one.
That's why I asked you.
Jeez. You know what? These are all, it's probably 58-43. That's Fleur Marine City High School and St. Clair High School. Typically, higher number means that you're newer. 27-67. We talked about their pedigree. 23-37. Bunch of event wins. The state championship win as well. 2075 has been one of the strongest teams on the west side of the state, so they're always popping up at our west side events, being in the mix to either win or finish high. And 858, I believe, was one of the first, or was another strong team from out that direction. Again, not in the southeast area, but they were another strong team in their area. And so they pop up a lot in some of these final matches over the years as well.
So there is our Blue Alliance for the first match in the finals, best 2 of 3. Certainly getting here is a huge accomplishment, but man, you know how bad they just want to take that last final step and secure a championship.
Yep, and I'm told 858 has 2 district wins under their belt. And I'm told 58-43 does have 1 district win as well. So maybe a little bit about the same amount of experience from 58-43 and 858 in terms of being, in the big stage at the end of matches or end of tournaments.
So here we are on the right side of the bracket, the finals. The Aptiv Alliance against the Hemlock Semiconductor Alliance.
Yep, so we saw DTE sent Aptiv to the lower bracket. They beat Consumers, won the rematch against DTE, and now they're here to face Hemlock. So if Aptiv wins, they will have beaten everybody once. If Hemlock wins, well, you know, if you win your way in from the upper bracket, you don't have to work quite as hard.
But that does not diminish the accomplishment in any way.
No, and this will be our first matchup between these two alliances too, which is the other thing to keep in mind. So they don't have anything to build off of. They're just watching how they played the other matchups and trying to make some guesses of how this matchup is going to go, but no first-hand experience here.
Boy, it's always nice to see or try to understand how these kids are doing emotionally with nerves and anxiety. Just trying to, you know, process and maximize their opportunity in this moment to make it as meaningful and as big as possible.
Yeah, this is almost the hardest part. Is like, okay, our robot's ready, it's plugged in, we're ready to go, and now we're just kind of waiting another minute. That's where you gotta kind of stay loose, but you know you gotta keep your focus enough that when the match starts, you can lock back in. The autonomous mode though does help with that. So the first 15 seconds as a driver, you're just assessing the field and getting ready and making your plans. You don't have to immediately go when the whistle goes off.
So we're getting a lot of in-house cheering for both Blue and Red Alliance.
I'm going to say Blue sounds a little louder, but we are also sitting right behind one of the big Blue Alliance teams. So we're getting a lot from the engine nerds here. See here, just double checking, making sure that robot's lined up correctly. That is the one kind of like issue, is if you don't line your robot up right, it can have effects on your whole auto mode.
So the robots are ready and the field has been emptied. And it is time to let the engines rev.
I think everybody's ready to go here, so it's final countdown.
Everybody's using vision and attacks to know where they are. 3, 2, 1.
Off we go into autonomous, 15 seconds.
All right, 858 does hit that new one again. 2767 flying back and forth.
Yeah, the high angle look shows you that the Coral very, very quickly going on to the tops.
All right, now we want to keep an eye. 2767, 858. 2075 also joining in, going for some early Algae. We know this is sort of the early battle, is who can take control of the Algae.
And again, since it's best 2 of 3, you can survive if there's a mishap or a mistake or something goes sideways, but it's a big advantage to the winner too to be up.
That's true. Scores look very close.
Yeah.
You see 2767 is done almost with Algae on their side of the field. There's one left.
Oh, mishandle there by the 858 machine for the Blue Alliance. That's Demons Robotics.
And Red right now has shown, Hemlock has shown they are the Algae Alliance. They have the advantage here. I think there's still some on the ground too. So 2767 crossing the field, stealing another, and a popped one on 2337. Cannot score that. I guess the other team can't score it either. We'll see. I don't think that's going to be in their way. You can see they're still able to switch over to Coral and do Coral no problem.
Ooh, a little defense though there from 2075. That's the Enigma Robotics.
It looks like maybe 10-7 in terms of Algae. 2767 choosing to continue playing defense instead of going back and helping out on the reef here.
Yeah, we are very close. A little bit of separation for the Red Alliance.
Big job by 2767 there. They got like a nice pin.
Yeah.
Open field pin, held them out.
Well, Red Alliance set to clear 200 points, and that busted piece of Algae has flopped off.
That's good. We knew it wasn't affecting their Coral scoring, but I don't know if it would have gotten in the way of their endgame climb.
And we have Red Alliance out 20 points.
Good defense by 858 on the other side. All right, now we're going to see Red can climb 3 times, Blue only twice. Red with the advantage going into the end game. If they execute here, it's theirs to win.
Blue Alliance is in need of points, but Red Alliance gets all 3 machines in the air.
And 23-37, Engineers late to the cage. They did not get up. So that advantage Red is going to get bigger here. Now 23-37, I don't think it was the wrong decision. You could look up on the scoreboard, know you were going to be down a climb, and know that you have to keep scoring. So they stayed out to the last possible second. Unfortunately, they mistimed the last possible second. They went 1 second too late.
Yeah, again, the margin for error gets reduced even more here in the finals.
And we'll see. This is actually going to be interesting. We're going to see if we get another evolution in this game. So we saw Algae, both of these alliances focusing on early Algae, but now that they're both focusing on early Algae, do you have to send more people to focus on early Algae as well, just to ensure you get all of them? Saw a couple of dropped Algae as well, and those transferred in some cases to the other team. I think 851 lost the handle on one, and 2767 was able to come in and get that. And we can just kind of see in the net what it's 3, 6, 9, 10, 10 to 7.
We've never seen a ball break. Is that's, well, let's clarify our winner. Red Alliance is our winner. That's not a huge surprise, but boy, they win by a bunch. Almost 40 points, 35 points.
Yep, 10 points of that is easy to explain with the late climb by 23-37. That's fine. They had to take a chance there. That would get them to 218. But now the rest of those points, they got to find them from somewhere. And that's why I'm saying this Algae game, as it evolves, they might have to focus not just 858 on Algae early, but maybe the whole alliance has to focus on Algae early.
Kelly Maritet is downstairs talking with the Red Alliance.
Quinn is joining me here. Quinn, how are you feeling about that score?
It's definitely a tough match. We're just going to try to come back stronger in our second half here.
Is there anything you guys are going to change or tweak in this time?
We're for sure going to be reviewing how that match went, seeing strategy-wise if anything we need to change for the coming match, yeah.
Is there something you guys are going to aim for in particular?
Just trying to aim to fill that reef again, try to score as many coral as we can, yeah.
I think Dan K has a question for you, dude. Dan?
Yeah, just any thoughts? Are you looking at focusing more of your robots on Algae early in the match? Looks like you fell behind there in the last one.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of going for a similar strategy, trying to get the Algae out early as well. For our robot in particular, we're trying to get those straight out of auto to try to get ahead so our partners can go across, yeah.
All right. Good luck heading into the finals. Dan and Dan?
Kaylee, thank you. Correction, he's with the Blue Alliance, so
yep.
But still in a good frame of mind, good spirits. Question about the ball, the piece of algae that was the ball that was blown up.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a penalty for the team that ends up with the bursted ball, because conceivably you could break if you did that. I mean, you could have strategically, you could break it on your own. But.
So right. So the rule is you cannot intentionally damage field components. So if you're popping it on purpose, that'll be a penalty. And if your robot is continually damaging stuff, you'll get a penalty.
Okay.
But
this
is the first time unlucky, it landed somewhere funny, popped, maybe the ball was a little weak. So you'll get no call on that one. And all of the robots that are on the field are inspected for safety and rules compliance. So somebody is going over these robots and feeling for sharp edges that are going to pop a lot of balls. And if they find that, they'll make you fix it before you can play.
All right, let's get the Red Alliance perspective. Downstairs, we go to Kaylee.
Red Alliance member Adam is here. Adam, a little bit of defense from you guys on that. What was your thought coming into this match with that?
So we knew that 858 might play defense. They're a second pick, so a lot of captains put their second pick on defense. So we really prepared. If they were going on Strike Force, we might play counter D, take them off of Strike Force, let Strike Force our top scorer, besides Hot, of course. Let them play offense to their maximum capabilities. Thankfully, they focused all their defense on us, and we just kind of powered through it. Still scored a lot of coral and put up a lot of points.
Dan K., I think you got a question for Adam as well. Dan?
Yeah, one thing that I noticed that was interesting in that match is Strikeforce, 27-67. They went on the other side of the field, stole a bunch of Algae, but then they kind of lingered there and played some defense. Is that by plan?
Yes, that is one of our plans. It's been working great. We've probably used it for the majority of our matches. It nets us 6 points because it gives us, actually nets us 8. It gives us 4 and it takes 4 from them because they can't score it. So it's a great strategy that's been working amazing for us.
Adam, thank you for your insight. Good luck heading into the next match. Dan?
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Yeah, strategically positioning the Red Alliance. Good job. Well done.
And hard to find fault in the Red Alliance. Our Hemlock Semiconductor Alliance there. I mean, 243 points. Solid first round victory.
Let's go to our highlight reel of the match that we just saw with a Red Alliance win.
Here's Aton. 858 does a good job of getting that first ball. And then I believe this is immediately once the match starts here. So we see 67 grabbing an Algae, 27-67 grabbing Algae. And 2075 also helping out. We talked about that a little bit in that interview question. But you can still see there are still 2 free ones on the blue side of the field, and an extra one here, 2767, able to cross, and just on the top of our screen, able to grab that extra Algae. And that's almost where, you know, the advantage came from. I think they were ahead on the reef as well, but those 3 extra Algae, 12-point advantage there, and the extra hang, another 10-point advantage there.
So here's the last stretch on the barge, in the barge zone.
Yeah, you see 23-37 having to score that last one. They knew they were behind in points, so they went a little bit too late, ran out of time. Great climbs, all 3 red robots up clean, not even close.
Let's break down the numbers. In the end, the barge points, just too much.
And that's what we mean. There's small advantage in Coral, 158 to 155, but those Algae points, the extra 3 Algae, 4 points apiece, that's the 12-point advantage there. And then in the barge, it's 36 to 16. Had Engine Nerds made their climb as well, it would have been 36 to 26. Still, like 10 points every match, at least in barge points, going for the Hemlock Alliance.
Here's a question, Dan. How about, before we go to break, how about the strategy of just selling out right away the minute you get into teleop, where you just get all Algae?
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's what...
Is that reasonable or a little bit too far out there?
I think that's almost the correct play. The ones on the reef you can wait a little bit for, but anyone that are on the ground, you want to snap those up right away. Now, unfortunately, 67 and 2337 don't really do floor loading of Algae. That's not their focus. So that's why we might see 2 teams going for it. We saw 2075 trying to help out a little bit with Algae at the beginning of that last match, so it's kind of 2 from blue. And Strikeforce is just so fast at it that maybe they don't need the extra assistance.
We're coming back with more First in Michigan robotics action. It's live from Saginaw Valley State University.
Clean energy, as explained by Sam.
It goes around, it makes Trixie. If the clock goes it goes faster, 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 faster. And if it's 0, it goes.
It's a little more complicated than that. Thankfully, there are 8,000 Consumers Energy employees doing the work to make the energy you depend on cleaner and more efficient by the day.
Consumers Energy, count on us.
I see sustainability becoming more important in the future And working with the robot that has those features on it will really help me later on in life in my future job or career.
And these students that are able to solve the complex problems of tomorrow with the FIRST Robotics competitions and the complex robots they build today, I think are going to be a major part of our sustainability future.
Let's thank our sponsors: DTE Foundation, Consumers Energy Foundation, Aptiv Foundation, Hemlock Semiconductor, and Magna. We are back here at the Ryder Center at SVSU. We are coming up on our second match of the finals. The rookie incentives. Explain how this works, Dan.
Yeah, so one of the ways in which we are able to kind of get rookie teams started is we got a lot of grants. We got a lot of workshops to help them out. And so you can see the team, we can get up to $15,000 in grants to start the team. That's going to pay for your entire registration fee as well as leave you with enough money to buy some extra parts. One of the biggest problems we found with growing and sustaining teams, at least here in Michigan, is finding the coaches, finding the mentors that will help run the team. And so one of the things that we've been trying to do is get extra stipends for that coach. I mean, football coaches, basketball coaches, they get a stipend. They get paid, right, to coach the team. So we're trying to do the same thing with the first teams here. And then we've got these workshops that we talked a little bit about. So we've got 2 workshops in the season, in the preseason. And if you come to those workshops, you leave with stuff. Sometimes it's just information, but one of our rookie workshops, you leave with a few $100s worth of tools and parts. So also, programming practice, teaching how to use those tools and put stuff together. And then not even on here is we do offer, of course, that virtual robotics studio videos, so you're not on your own. And even on top of that, rookie teams, we tend to try to pair them up with a nearby veteran team. So if they have questions during the season, they have somebody that they can reach out to as well.
Where are those workshops, by the way? Are they in Southeast Michigan?
We travel all over the place. We did one potential coaches workshop at Detroit Catholic Central, so that would be Southeast Michigan. And you are familiar with this school, but my goodness, they have a full first field, and hanging above the field there is a Blue Angel jet. It's an A4 jet, like hanging above the field. It was one of the craziest places I've ever been to. We did the rookie workshops. One of them we did on the Southeast Michigan side, and we did one at Grand Valley State over on the west side of the state.
Well, if you're back in the drawing, or back at the drawing board, if you will, for the Blue Alliance, what are you thinking about this next match?
Yeah, so you look at your scores as the Aptiv Alliance. Aptiv did 227, 224, 232, but in that last match, only 208. The difference is Strikeforce was fighting them for Algae, did a good job of getting more of the Algae for the red side, for Hemlock side, and they hung around a little bit. They got some pins. They got some delays, right, as they played some extra robot-on-robot defense against 23-37. And those two things brought that score down. We talked a little bit about, hey, at the beginning, do you sell all out for Algae? And I think if you have the right alliance, look, if I had my dream alliance, the first move of every robot as soon as driver control starts, we all drive out, we all grab one of the 3 Algae on our side, and we score it. Then one person maybe goes to the other side if there's a free Algae there. So there's 0 opportunity for any steals. Unfortunately, neither of our alliances here are built with that capability. So, you're going to have to go back to reload to get the second one or third one scored. The other thing that we want to keep in mind is the 2 dedicated Algae bots on these alliance. It's 2767, who was the #1 overall pick in their division. That means they were essentially 67, I think, picked them first, so they thought that's the best robot available in this entire division for me to pick. Meanwhile, 858 was the second robot picked for that alliance. So they're the 3rd robot on the alliance. So a little bit of a mismatch in terms of, where the robot would slot in, maybe in the hierarchy here, which is why seeing 2075 help out on Algae, especially for Aptiv, just to make sure they can at least stay even, I think is very important.
We'll take a break here at Saginaw Valley State. Our second championship match is coming up. as the robots make their way back on the field. We'll have more in just a moment.
How do you change the way the world moves? Change course. Aptiv is engineering the brain and the nervous system to bring the future of mobility to life with advanced computing platforms and smart vehicle architecture, taking you from point A to point B and every point in between. We are Aptiv, and we're moving mobility forward.
Clean energy, as explained by Sam.
It goes around, it makes Trixie. If the clock goes it goes faster, 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 faster. And if it's zero, it goes.
It's a little more complicated than that. Thankfully, there are 8,000 Consumers Energy employees doing the work to make the energy you depend on cleaner and more efficient by the day.
Consumers Energy, count on us.
Working here at HSC has provided me opportunities to advance in my career.
Every day there's something different. The work atmosphere here is great.
I definitely feel developed here.
Coming here, it won't box you in. It'll allow you to find out what you really want to do.
I see sustainability becoming more important in the future, and working with the robot that has those features on it will really help me later on in life in my future job or career.
And these students that are able to solve the complex problems of tomorrow with the FIRST Robotics competitions and the complex robots they build today, I think are going to be a major part of our sustainability future.
Some last-minute tune-ups for the Blue Alliance, a match that they have to win.
Yep.
To keep this going, to keep the dream alive. Red Alliance leads 1-0. Milford, Kalamazoo County 4-H, and St. Clair Flurb.
And one other thing I have to mention with the Algae battles that we've been talking about here, this match, thus far we've kind of been watching 858, watching them with their newly acquired auto mode to score one coral and then go ahead and score one of the Algae in auto mode. On the other side of the field, though, 67 is going to go and score a bunch of coral, but they do sometimes knock balls free. So keep an eye on them. I think that the ball starting closest to the human loading station, they might hit that. That might be rolling around. Depending on where that ball goes, that could have an effect that could help or hurt the Alliance. So if it rolls towards 2767 and they're able to get it faster, then it helped them out. But it could potentially roll into a position where it gets knocked across the field, and it's actually a win for, Blue Alliance, the Aptiv group.
So we reintroduce the teams. And again, it will take a Blue Alliance win to push this championship to a third and final match.
Yeah, we got a thumbs down here, that driver. They're just trying to get everything calibrated, making sure the robot's in the right spot, making sure that they've got the right program loaded and all the sensors are reading in the way they're supposed to. Usually it's just the camera that they're focused on there. So they'll stay on top of that until everything boots up, and they should have time to make that work as well. It's definitely conflicting signals when one person's got the thumbs down and the other person gave us the thumbs up, but they'll get to the bottom of it. It's kind of a good look at how these controls work. So every team is going to have a laptop. That's their driver station laptop. This connects via an Ethernet cable, via network cable to the field. And then connected to the computer is your choice of controller. So a lot of teams are going to be using gamepads, Xbox controllers, PlayStation controllers, stuff like that. Some teams might build custom button pads that they use that are more like maybe arcade-style cabinets.
So just a few seconds away here from getting this second match started up.
Yep, and if you were curious, she did give the thumbs up.
Yeah.
They are good on that side of the field,
no
too.
No more conflicts, right?
Looks green. Looks like we're ready to go here.
A must-have Blue Alliance effort here.
All right, so we're watching 67 in red on the front. Right, and so they do grab one of the coral pieces from there. That ball stayed, pretty under control. They're going to be about where they were. Though actually, the second one there that rolled with them, that's a little bit protected because it's close to the protected zone on the field. So that might help out a little bit.
Blue Alliance hits the first piece of Algae in the net. Now Red Alliance follows with same.
We'll see here. Blue did 2 Algae pieces first, but they were both from the reef and not from the ground.
And a mishandle by the Enigma robotics robot.
Yep, so we're 3-3 on Algae, but there's still 3 available on the blue side to be stolen, only 1 on the red side.
Boy, you gotta make sure that you handle it properly.
We saw again 2075 helping out. So now they're down to just 1 Algae left on the blue side, 1 on the red side. Oh, big hit, 2767 knocked the Algae out of 858's robot. They're gonna pick that up and they're gonna score it.
Wow. That is big. Still a Red Alliance lead, but not by much.
That's interesting. That was good scouting. Then they knew that the grip that 858 has on the Algae is not as good as theirs.
And 2767 Strike Force just dropped a piece of Algae.
Yep, a little bit of a control issue here. That robot's not moving the way that I would expect it. Looks like maybe they had to reset their swerve orientation. Another miss, though, from Blue. Actually, whoa, 2767 cannot pick up the Algae and has gone on defense.
Wow, 2075 robot squeezing that Algae and getting it in for points. We are very close.
We might have a damaged robot. 2767 giving up on the last couple of Algae. That's going to even things up. Red ahead on the reef, though, keeping them ahead in the match by about 10 points.
One more Algae grab for the Blue Alliance, Enigma Robotics, and in it goes.
5843 struggling here to get that last coral piece free, and they've dropped it.
Robots heading to the barge zone. 15 seconds, time to go.
858 has one last Algae point that they can score. That's going to make it a virtual tie going into the end game. It's going to be
this is so
it's all
close.
down to the hangs. Can we get 3 from red? No.
One Blue Alliance robot did not make it in. That's
2
the
blue
Demons
hanging,
Robotics.
But 67 not up, 5843 not up. Red lost points in the end game instead of gaining them. I think we have an upset here.
Nail biter.
Aptiv coming back to even the series.
Oh boy, ooh, a lot of quiet faces in that Red Alliance crowd.
And I think they were still fine if they were able to go and hang, but they weren't able to get their climbs off on the Hemlock side in red. And 2767, I think there was a robot issue. They gave up on Algae that was on the ground. They've not done that before. They crossed the field and started just playing defense. And that opened the door.
This is going to be tricky. Here's the replay. Here's that 2767 machine you're talking about. Could not grab that Algae.
Yeah, they kind of like got a little disoriented earlier in the match where they stopped moving for a bit. Looks like maybe they recalibrated stuff. Then they went over for that ball. It looked like there was one point in that match where they might have hit their arm on the net up high when they were going to score Algae. I don't know if that did any damage, if that had an effect on it. But clearly they were not able to continue scoring Algae there at the end of the match.
Well, the machines are coming off of the playing field.
Yeah, another thing we can see right now might delay scores as well. 2075 is in the question mark box.
What does that mean?
So there is a question mark box on each side of the field. You send your captain, essentially, of your alliance over to that box if they have a question for, essentially, the head ref or the field crew. So there's something that they saw in that match that they want to discuss, whether they think they saw penalties that weren't called. Usually that's what it is, or they want clarification on a penalty that was called against them. They don't look enthused walking away from the conversation. So I'm not sure that they heard what they wanted to hear. But we can see our refs here having a little bit of an extra discussion about it. Did you see this? You know, what did you think about that point in the match or that thing in the match?
So we're going to let the crowd in-house here know that it is a Blue Alliance win. They did what they had to do, and they didn't do it by much. 6 points is the margin of victory. That is slim.
Yes.
And that gives them another shot. Look at that.
And we're going to see this when we get the full breakout of scores, but a 6-point victory, and there were 2 climbs left on the table. Either climb would have turned a 2-point park into a 12-point climb. Either one would have won this match for the Hemlock Alliance.
The Blue Alliance lives to compete again. Downstairs we go to Kaylee.
Jeff from the Blue Alliance here. Jeff, you guys are still alive. What changed from the first match to the second one?
We did a really risky strategy. We had Enigma, one of our Alliance members, go steal an algae from the reef, something that hasn't been done before. It was very risky, but it clearly paid off.
It worked for you guys. What are your thoughts coming out of match 2 going into match 3?
We didn't expect that at all. We were very excited. We're very happy. We think we can do it. We did it once, we can do it again.
Well, good luck to you. Dan and Dan, we're going to grab somebody from the other alliance and we'll be right back.
Thanks, Kaylee. All right.
So again, you're allowed to go in and grab the algae from the other side's reef, but if you get hit while doing it, it's a 6-point penalty. If you score the algae, it's only 4 points. So you lose points if you get hit there. The question is, did Hemlock see this? And can they respond then?
Well, now the thing is, now they're aware.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they're aware and they see it, it's going to be harder to pull that off a second time.
Kaylee downstairs with the Red Alliance.
Tyler is from 2767. Tyler, we noticed that your bot changed to defense. Did something go wrong?
We had a belt pop off on our algae end effector, which we've never had pop off before. It should be like a 5-minute fix, just real quick, but that was definitely a surprise.
Also, no hangs from you guys. What happened?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I mean, we got there, and then I look over and see they didn't. I mean, everyone makes mistakes. It's a very high-pressure situation.
Of course, yeah. Dan K, we have a question for Tyler. Dan, what's your question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, that belt that was affecting your algae effector, does that affect your coral scoring as well?
No. We chose to go play defense instead because we know that engine nerds, they have it during teleop. They pretty much go autonomously. They press a button, the driver presses a button, and the robot does all of it by itself. So we know if we defend them, that's worth a lot more points than trying to score on like level 2, where that's only worth 3 points.
Makes sense.
Congratulations to your team making it this far. We will see you in match 3. Good luck.
Sounds great.
Dan and Dan.
Kaylee, thank you. Good stuff. We go to highlights.
This is that auto mode we talked about. Remember, 67 doesn't go to the human player to reload here, so we wanted to watch how that algae bounced for them. It's been pretty under control thus far, and 2337 doing a great job in auto mode as well. And let's see if we can get the contact up here. Not that one. That one looked clean.
Maybe, yeah.
And I think they're still good. I think they scored this one. There was that hit that they had on 858 to knock the algae free, and I think it was the one they scored after that was the last one they scored. Meanwhile, 2337, I mean, so we heard, this is all basically using those April tags. You can essentially drive back and forth completely automated. You know what height to go to. So all of this can be pre-programmed. And that is one of the reasons why 2337 is so fast at scoring these coral on the reef. Good look there at 67, trying to finish off. And then here's that defense. You can't automatically drive if somebody is pushing you away. And 2075 able to come back here, get some of that algae that was only available to them because, 2767 couldn't clean up the field. And they get their climb, but 58, 43, and 67, just something went wrong with each of those robots, not able to get up in the air. Again, either climb would have won it.
Let's break down the numbers. Coral points in favor of the Red Alliance, but The Algae points or the barge points make up the difference for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, and we can actually see, so this was with a broken 2767. Coral and Algae, we've got 20 points extra in Coral, and then we're down 16 points in Algae. So Hemlock still ahead just in terms of scoring game pieces during that match with 2767 breaking and switching to defense. It was the barge where they really lost this one. They needed to get at least 2 climbs there, only able to secure 1.
Okay.
So the good news, right, for Hemlock is a robot broke, and you still almost won the match. You go back with the fixed robot, you execute your strategy again, look back at that first match they had, 243 to 208, and you're feeling pretty comfortable about that. But Blue has made a few adjustments, right? We talked about, or we heard in the interview about 2075 going to steal an early Algae from the reef. 2075 continuing to focus on Algae a little bit more early in the match. And we could see that they were able to equalize that Algae score a bit. Even if 2767 is running and they score, 2 more of those Algae, it looks like about a tie, right? That's going to be about a tie in Algae score if that had happened. So they were able to take what was a big deficit for them in the first match and put themselves in a position to at least stay even.
Well done. Let's get downstairs. Kaylee Marentet talking with Kyle from the FTA.
Kyle handles the lead technical aspects of the game out on the field. Kyle, I want to talk to you. We were speaking a few minutes ago just about how much time these teams have, 12 weeks, and they've been competing for 6 weeks straight. It's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, they design, build, wire, program all these robots for 12 weeks, and this is the culmination of a lot here at the Michigan State Championship. And just how well refined these machines are. All the teams are super excited to be here. I love interacting with them, and you just kind of get to see how they grow. Even just throughout day by day.
Well, we were mentioning earlier in the broadcast as well, I was talking to a team out of Grand Haven. A few weeks ago, they were saying, yeah, we're really good at core, really good at Algae, and I talked to them, and they said, oh, now we can climb, too, by the way. We're kind of very well-rounded here. Talk about just how impressed you are by how quickly these teams adapt. You said even just in one day, sometimes they can completely change bots.
Yeah, it's really insane. These teams go through so much, but they're so adaptable. And they might come in with just an idea what their robot will be or their strategy, but they're super flexible. They're adapting to what's going to win them the match, and it can just change throughout from just being an Algae bot, doing coral, just climbing. Even just throughout the day, these teams are super capable. They're super bright students, and they can just rise to the occasion.
Dan K has a question for you. Dan, what's your question?
What's up, Kyle?
Hey, Dan.
I just have to ask a question about maybe, your hidden musical talents. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I think one of the cool things about the robotics program in general is that a lot, everyone who participates, volunteer, mentor, student, they're multifaceted, very well-rounded individuals. And me personally, this is kind of what I do in my free time, but I also love music. I love playing the tuba. I've been playing for 12 years. Occasionally at West Michigan, I actually played the national anthem both mornings. So, and you'll see that quite around. We've got singers from teams that are absolutely stunning.
Wow.
These, like I keep saying, everyone in this program is just phenomenal.
So last year's theme of music was kind of really up your alley.
Oh, absolutely. I was stoked for last year's game. I thought it was very well done.
I'm curious, too, what are some of the biggest challenges that your job poses?
Wow, yeah. So this job, it can look really easy on paper, but you really have to be fast on your feet. There's a lot of things that you need to be well versed in. You need to be able to communicate with teams very quickly. You need to be able to diagnose issues with robots very quickly in a very limited time manner. Each match is only 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and if you're able to help a team, you can very easily be the determining factor whether or not that team is able to compete to their fullest ability or not in a match. So it's a very almost a thankless role sometimes too, but we do it, especially in my shoes. I'm an alumni, so I've been in their shoes before. I know what it's like when things aren't working. I know what it's like when things are working. And me personally, I just want to be there to help them wherever I can, every step of the way.
What would your advice be to a student who, you just mentioned that you're an alum, what would your advice be to a student who wants to make that move from being a student to alum to in the position you're in now?
Absolutely, just get out and volunteer. Go to firstinspires.org and select ways to give back, volunteer. And just start out in any position, really. There's field resetters, there's referee crew, there's robot inspectors, control systems advisors. and really just fall back in love with it. If you're a student that loves the program, give back, have fun. I've met lifelong friends through this program, and I would not be where I am today without all of them.
Dan G has a question for you. Dan, what's up?
Kyle, we're always looking for more backstory on Dan Kimura. What is his hidden musical talent that we're not aware of?
I don't know if Dan Kimura has any hidden talent. So actually, I'm an FTA, right? I learned a lot of who I am today from Dan Kimura back in his glory days.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm not familiar with any hidden musical talents.
So you had a chance to just zing him hardcore, and you just passed on that.
I don't know. He called me talentless.
No,
and said that my glory days have passed.
He's-
That's what he said. Those are the two things I took from that.
Dan, we're expecting a full flute song by you next year, or some kind of musical song. Or Dan, you better play the national anthem next year.
Yeah, you better show me up at West Michigan.
I'm gonna start practicing.
Yeah. All right. We'll look forward to that. Kyle, thank you.
Absolutely.
Kaylee, good. Thank you. All right. We'll look for that next year.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Well, you got a little time.
It's a year. You're going to forget by then.
No, I won't. No, I won't. We got all summer to get you coached up. All right. Well, a little downtime. We're coming back for the proverbial winner take all.
Yep, so 15-minute timeout. We've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. So we see one robot on the field, a couple other robots getting ready to head that way.
So, again, the big responsibility, for all the great volunteers who work here, really none is bigger than what is responsible regarding the head referee. So we don't get to have these guys on enough, but we do now. Let's go downstairs with Kaylee.
Brian M. is a head referee here. Brian, thanks for joining me down here.
Welcome.
I've seen you here out on the field. Talk about what your job entails.
Well, our job is to make sure that we enforce the rules as written in the book as fairly and consistently as possible. So we've got a good crew of head referees here manning the field, and our job is just to make it clean and simple.
You are a volunteer. What keeps you coming back?
This is my favorite thing. Right? I love the energy. I love the challenge of coming here and trying to get it right and doing better and better every year and helping everyone else on the crew do that as well.
It's a good way to get involved with these students. What would be your advice to someone who doesn't know anything about FIRST?
Get started. Come to an event, volunteer. There's lots of roles. Some of them don't require any training at all. But come and get infected by the energy, and you won't have any choice from there. You'll just get hooked.
What kind of training did you have to go through to be able to become a head referee?
You have to referee for several years. I've been refereeing since 2012, I think. And, you just kind of get involved and you develop relationships with the other referees, and eventually, get to run a crew, maybe in an off-season event. They try you out.
Did you start off as a coach or a mentor, or how did you first find your love for FIRST?
I've been a mentor for 21 years with the team. So yeah, I did that for a long time before I was volunteer, and I really regret not getting in sooner. I'm like making up for lost time now. I do every event I can.
I hear that from so many people you would not believe.
Yeah.
Brian M., good luck out here.
Thank you.
Good luck out here. Good job so far.
Thank you.
Dan and Dan?
All right, thank you, Kaylee.
Shot of a bunch of head refs there. Head refs get the yellow and black instead of the white and black.
So I have a theory, and I think Kaylee will back me on this, that you did not ask him a question because you knew that there would be a return zinger in some way. If
I was going to have to, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you took the safe path there. That's smart. That's a smart play.
I will say this, though. We have Mike Schreiber up here, kind of pulling some stats and getting some extra stuff for us to say on air. He says Brian is the best head ref.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'll throw that in.
All right, I believe it.
But no, Brian's great. I've worked with him in a number of different ways over the years, and he is always extremely hardworking, extremely generous with his time.
That's not an easy job, is it?
Head ref?
Being the head ref, that's...
No, I mean, the thing with head ref, right, is almost every action or interaction you have with a team is in a way confrontational, because they're not coming to you to say good job, you made the call right. They're coming to say, hey, why wasn't this called, or why did you call this on me? So you have to be really good at staying calm, at being able to explain to them in a way that they understand and that they're comfortable with why the calls were made the way that they were made.
Downstairs we go. Kaylee standing by with field supervisor Calvin.
Calvin, I'm curious to know, what role do you play here on the field?
So my role is to lead the mechanical setup of the field and the reset between matches of all the game pieces, as well as any repairs to the field that need to happen. I work closely with the first technical advisor, and basically any repairs and fixes that are needed, and lead the reset of all the elements so we're ready for each match, try to keep it fair and even so that we're ready to play.
What are some of the most common repairs, I guess, that you see from match to match?
Lots of carpet repairs, so we get holes burned from, especially when there's a lot of defensive play. The wheels will spin and burn holes in the carpet, so we fill those in and tape them over. Sometimes we get wrinkles in the carpet that we have to cut out and lay them flat. Sometimes a lot of the zip ties that hold pieces together break. We have to replace those.
Dan K., you have a question for Calvin. Go ahead.
Yeah, so something that people might not be aware of, you obviously fix the field when it breaks, but you're also responsible for getting the field set up and ready to play a match. So all these game pieces have to end up in the right spot before we start a match, or there's going to be a problem. How does this year compare to past years in terms of setup? There are so many coral pieces that we see.
Yeah, this year has actually not been too bad compared to some other years. One thing that's important is the coral pieces, making sure we have the correct number for each alliance at the start of the match, as well as the algae, making sure they're inflated to the proper size. We have a jig to measure them with, and we can replace them as needed. Sometimes they pop.
All right, Calvin, thanks for joining us down here. Good luck for this final match. Dan?
Calvin, thank you. Kaylee, good stuff. All right, we are down to it. And then there was one.
Yep. Timer is at 0. We've got all 6 robots on the field.
Yeah. One more intro, and then we will turn them loose.
Yep, not much new here, except tied 1-1 here in the finals. So winner take all. It does look like, I mean, the one thing that we can guess from up here, Strikeforce 2767 said that they had a timing belt fall off. Usually that's pretty easy to put those back on. They were also they weren't the last robot on the field. They were one of the first robots back on the field. So you gotta believe that robot is completely functional, fixed and ready to go.
All right, a little fine tuning, a little tweaking. This is the culmination of weeks and months of work, planning, strategizing, building, testing, etc.
That is, yep.
Did I get everything?
I think so. I think so.
A lot. Obviously the game rules change every year. And I said, how far ahead do they work on these games? You said they're already 2 years into.
Yeah, so there are 2 different game design committees that I'm aware of. At least there were when I had a little bit more information. And so they'll be alternating years. So they'll be working kind of on next year's game and the year after that. And I know that they have times where they get people to come in and help answer questions about what's going on or give feedback on the games that they have. But there's just a lot that goes into it. I mean, they've got to get all of the stuff on the field designed and built, as well as flesh out any of the rules to make sure that there's nothing that, if Algae was worth 100 points, right, this would be a completely different game.
Because here I'm thinking they get together in December and decide what the game will be for next year. Well, that's not true at all. They're way ahead of it.
Yeah, well, they're working on it that far ahead. Sometimes the final touches aren't done until pretty close.
But the heavy lifting is going on right now.
Yeah, so when we do the virtual robotics studio and the kitbot filming, we're doing that as much as we can pre-season. So we're always waiting. They're always saying, hey, this is, this manual that we're sending you still has to go through translation or has gone through translation, so we don't want to make any more changes. So there's still some last minute stuff that they'll be doing right up to the deadline, but they've got, the bulk, the main idea is already set in stone.
One last introduction before we get thumbs up and green light go.
And so last match was the lowest match, I think, for the Hemlock division, including all their division matches and all their matches out here on our final DT championship field. That was the lowest score. Yep, 206 is the lowest score that they've scored the entire event. That is one of only 2 losses they've had. Their other loss was in the finals on their division, where the other team had to score 245 to beat them. So we'll see with a fully functional 27-67 if things turn around.
Both teams coming out fast in Teleop. I'm sorry, Autonomous.
Yep, 67 missed one of their coral pieces. You can see it falling on the ground.
But they're even at 51 going into Teleop.
Yeah,
Here
pretty
we go.
close. And now the Algae battle starts.
Ooh,
missed by 2075.
Yeah.
And 2075 is crossing the field, maybe looking for a steal here. And they are looking for a steal off the ground. We talked about that being a good plan. 2075 having to join in to keep it even. They do get their steal.
Scoring on both sides.
Yep, 27-67 going to score coral, going for the Algae, and now they're going back for more coral. There's still 2.
Oh, we got a machine that's tipped over.
858. That's why I was going to say there's still 2 or 3 Algae on the blue side of the field available to be grabbed, and it's because 858 has gone over.
Demons Robotics is the machine that is on its proverbial back, so to speak. Now, a game changer for sure. And a tough roadblock for the Blue Alliance.
Yep, and 27-67 basically using them to help them play better defense. They were able to shove a bunch of people into the corner there. Oh, and another hit. 2075 forced to drop an Algae as well.
Wow, you can see the points just piling up, the separation for the Red Alliance as we come in with under a minute to go.
2075 looks like they are playing defense now on 27-67. But the result of this is the Blue Reef has got way too many holes. 2 empty on level 5, still a bunch empty on level 4 and level 3, a bunch empty. Meanwhile, on red, it's almost done.
Yeah. That is going to just swing the spectrum, the scale too much in favor of the Red Alliance.
2075 might be broken too. They're holding an Algae, they're holding a coral piece, and they are not scoring it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of contact going on down there, and I don't think it's being received too well.
Yeah, we'll see. So, again, if you're hitting robot bumper to bumper, it's pretty much all legal. It's not necessarily illegal to hit the tipped over robot, but one of the general things is when a robot is tipped over, you don't want to hit it. It's vulnerable there. It could take extra damage, and because there was a big kind of jumble there in the corner where 2337 was trying to load, where the tipped over robot was, and where 2767 was playing defense. There was maybe some contact there that our Aptiv Blue Alliance might take exception to, but I'm not sure if it's a penalty.
Yeah, I think they want to get some clarity on that from the officials.
Obviously, on the scoreboard, unless there is referee intervention here, this is a Red Alliance win and will be a Red Alliance state championship.
Down to Kaylee Marentet standing by in the pits.
Hey, Dan and Dan. Once that 858 fell over, I know there was a Red Alliance bot that came over and bumped it a few times, and I can tell you that members of 858 were not happy, yelling at those referees, asking what was going on. Immediately after the match was over, members from 2075 went over. I'm thinking they're in the question box. Right now, he's talking to the head referee that we just spoke with earlier, Brian M., asking why there wasn't a penalty shown. So I'm not really sure when we're going to see a score, if there is going to be some penalties thrown at Hemlock.
They'll probably finish the discussion first. They'll probably finish this discussion first before posting the score. I didn't see any flags during the match, right? So nothing was called during the match. So they would have to change their mind and go back and retroactively add a penalty. That's not something that happens very often because the refs have to see it when it happens. So the question is just like, if they saw what was going on, did they misinterpret, what they were seeing or misinterpret a rule? And that's where this discussion is happening. So we do have Brian talking with the captain of that alliance. We do also have a few of the other referees, head refs on other fields, but just regular referees here on this field, having a little bit of a discussion as well about what they saw.
I know we'll catch it in the replay, but I did not see how that machine, the 858 robot, Demons Robotics, how did that get tipped over initially?
Yeah, I didn't see that actually. It's
yeah.
The way I was sitting, the corner of my monitor up here, that's the one corner of the field I can't see until I moved over. And they were already flipped when I saw it. But there was one algae that was off of, they kind of have these, they start on top of coral. There was one algae that was off of the coral there. And we're going to see it, but I wonder if they hit that ball and flipped themselves over on it.
858 is here in the foreground.
Yep, that was the ball. So I saw that ball on the ground, and they just unlucky. They hit it too fast.
Boom.
Wrong angle. And then I think 2337 trying to help them
fire,
maybe made it worse. I think they were going over either way.
Yeah.
I think 2337 trying to catch them to get them flipped back up.
Nice catch on the replay. Perfectly captured. And it is a Red Alliance win. Not a surprise. And a big margin of victory, 228 to 142.
Yeah, I mean, look, to expect to win a match after your robot flips that early, it's not likely. It's nearly impossible. That said, the DTE Alliance maybe made some questionable choices, and that's where I wonder if 2075 also had robot damage as well, because their robot was trying to play defense on 2767, but look, if you have a flip robot and you're going to play defense, you're down to one robot scoring against two on the other side, and you're behind on the scoreboard. You can't do that. You got to go for more points there. But, whatever you choose to do is kind of going to be a Hail Mary at that point.
Yeah. A huge obstacle that could not be overcome by the Blue Alliance, and the Red Alliance is going to take a victory lap and take a championship here.
And we will see hopefully the final scoreboard, but I can tell you there were no penalties called in that match, so 0 penalties for either side. I think there was some discussion about whether there was pinning happening in that corner. We saw that big jumble up of robots when 2767 came in there and was trying to block off kind of the whole human station. Was any of that a pin? I don't know. They did try to get out. At some point, 2075 came behind them and blocked them in as well, so it's hard for them to stop pinning if that was the case. But either way, pins, it's going to be 2 points and then 6 points if continued. It's going to take a lot of pinning penalties before you would have seen this outcome flip.
Well, a tough break for the Blue Alliance. They were great, but that flipped machine, just too much to handle. And you can see Coral Point's big advantage. Once that robot went sideways, game over.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Algae. They kept it close, right? We would have expected 858 to score a few more Algae there and then go get on the defensive side of the ball. But really, it's just Coral, 151 to 97. Again, it just sort of everything fell apart for that alliance. 2075 sort of switching to defending the defender. They weren't able to fill their entire reef, whereas the red side, just uncontested, they were able to fill it up. And then they executed on the end game just to further solidify that lead.
The Red Alliance is victorious here. Let's go downstairs. 2 of their winning members talking with Kaylee.
Talon and Tyler are here. First of all, congratulations, guys. How very exciting over there. I saw some tears from some team members. How does this feel right now?
Feels amazing. I mean, we've been chasing states. We've never won states, and it's a very big deal to us.
Is this the first time you guys are winning states as well?
No, but it's been almost over a decade, so it's very exciting.
What do you think you guys wanted to accomplish in that match to win this? And obviously you guys did something right.
Yeah, a bit of the strategy change is we noticed that Enigma was plucking our algae off of our reef, so we were grabbing the front algae. We worked front back so that it would be harder for them to pluck it off ours.
What do you think of today? What are you going to take from today and I guess apply to the future?
We definitely learned a lot. Our driver definitely locked in mid-comp. The strategy we had, it definitely works. And then we learned that we can change strategy and still do just as good.
What would be the message to the rest of your teammates from each of you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just the driver. There's a whole team operating. I mean,
just a driver. Oh.
I don't need do anything out here. So it's thank you, of course.
Same thing, yeah.
Well, congratulations, guys. Big round of applause for you. We are going to send it back upstairs.
Thanks, Kaylee. Well, you know, we not a perfect third match, but you know, certainly the teams that get this far, there's nothing you can take away from the Red Alliance, and the emotion just spills over when you have an event like this.
It evened out a little bit, right? We had robot damage for our Red Alliance in match 2. Robot flipped or robot damage in the last match for our Blue Alliance as well. So they both kind of got one easier win, and then we had the clean first match. But a couple powerhouses. This is the 5th state championship for 67, but first since 2016. And 27-67, again, they've wanted this event for a long time. This is their first state championship.
Kaylee Marintet, final thoughts from you.
I think it's always incredible watching these teams adapt, not just in one day or from match to match, but from Brooklyn to West Michigan to finally here today, changing strategies, even just from match 1 to match 2 to match 3. Always impressive. Also, I think a highlight for me was all of a sudden stealing algae was a thing. So just always impressed by these teams and the camaraderie also that it always has here. A lot of positivity, and kind of sad that it's over.
Yeah, great season, another great experience for everybody. Kaylee, we always look forward to working with you as part of this, and thanks again to all the great people that work on this, both behind the scenes and in front of the cameras. A great day of robotics action, great matches, clutch performances, teamwork at its finest, pushing the limits of innovation and strategy. One team standing above the rest. Congratulations to the Hemlock Semiconductor team, with the Strike Force from Kalamazoo County, the Huron Valley Schools Hot Team, and Flurb, Marine City High School and St. Clair High School. And thanks to all the great folks here at SVSU. A huge thank you to our sponsors and their great support, and to all the students, mentors, and volunteers who made this event possible. This program is available on replay on YouTube. For Dan Kimura and Kaylee Marintet, I'm Dan Gutowski. Thank you so much. We say so long from Saginaw Valley State University.
Back to the program. Thank you for joining us. And finally, I would like to have all the high school seniors please stand up. We absolutely wish you luck on whatever your life's journey takes you next. So thank you for spending a few years with us. All right, we're just going to take just a few more seconds before we start the award ceremony. We're doing some technical things in the back. Did you all have a good weekend? Yeah? You excited to find out who's moving on to the World Championships? All right, it looks like we're getting the thumbs up. We're now going to do a few awards. As before, for those of you who weren't on DTE earlier today, if you win an award, we would like you to come in over here. Nico will help guide you in. You'll come on down the line, get your high fives, and then go around to the back where we have our photographers. All right. The Rookie All-Star Award celebrates the rookie team, exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. This year, we have 2 winners for the Rookie All-Star Award. I will announce the teams one at a time. When your team is announced, please come on down to the field to accept your award. For the Rookie All-Star Award winner number 1. This team has an all-you-can-eat attitude when tackling challenges. They are growing their sponsor base, innovating their robot, and reaching out in their community. These aren't the droids you're looking for. They are the Crandroids. Congratulations to 10690, the Crandroids from Bloomfield Hills. For Rookie All-Star Award winner number 2. This team's rookie year came through in flying colors. They put their FTC team in the slot, pressed down the lever, and out popped a future Impact Award contender. These mischievous squirrels are ready to deliver the message of FIRST far and wide. Congratulations to Team 10656, the Rada Toasters from Ann Arbor. And now, the first Dean's List finalists. The first Dean's List finalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. First Dean's List finalists recognized here today are also our nominees for the first Dean's List at Championship. I will announce the names one at a time as our Michigan district sends 13 finalists to represent our district at the championship in Houston. For our first finalist, congratulations to Nicholas A., 5530. Congratulations from Team 27, Amira A. Our third finalist, Emma A. from Team 70. Allison B. from Team 9255. This is Mom. Congratulations to Joshua C. from 4422. Congratulations to our sixth finalist, Devin D. from 3770. Congratulations to Drone D from 217. And our eighth finalist, Aubrey N. from 1718. Congratulations to Maximo R from 3641. I'm not seeing Maximo R. Are you headed this way? Oh, it's over there? Okay. There he is. Congratulations. Congratulations to Anahiti S from 245. Our 11th finalist, congratulations to Regan S. from 2832. Our 12th finalist, congratulations to Opal T 548. And finally, our 13th finalist, congratulations to Marcus W. 469. All right. The Engineering Inspiration Award. The Engineering Inspiration Award celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team, school, or organization and community. Inspiring others to respect science and technology requires passion, knowledge, and commitment, and we recognize these qualities through this award. This team builds high-flying relationships with local sponsors through internships. Their STEM Saturdays allow them to spread the magic of engineering and first message to hundreds in their community. They shocked the judges with their millions of impressions and hundreds of chassis downloads across their online presence. They bring in new ducklings every year from the FTC and FLL teams, which they both foster and mentor. With Nerd Swerve, this team brings the boom! This award is normally about 50% engineering and about 50% inspiration, but today, these Who Duckies have made it 100% magic. Congratulations, team 9312, Nerd Spark from Albion. And now, I would like to celebrate the alliance that made it to the final match of the competition, our district championship finalists. First recognizes the talent of these outstanding competitors. They were sensational, and we're proud to honor them. If I could have the alliance captain, team 2075 from Enigma Robotics, come on down. Their partners, team 2337, the Engineers. And of course, their partners, team 858, Demons Robotics. All right, our District Championship Winner Award. The Michigan State District Champions formed in a powerful alliance who rose to the many challenges of Reefscape and proved to be an exciting and competitive combination. They can now proudly hang a winner's banner in their pit. Congratulations to the Alliance captain, 67 Hot. And their partners, Team 2767 Strike Force. And their partners, Team 5843 Flurb. The first Impact Award. So the first Impact Award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of First. The Michigan State Championship has 4 First Impact Award winners this year. The first Impact Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant, measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards first mission of transforming our culture. For our number one First Impact Award winner. 50 feeder teams may pose difficulties to other teams, but this squad is above average. From donating books for little libraries to running over 200 STEM workshops and hosting 15 events, they are building a compelling case. Their sponsor scouting tools provides valuable intel to ensure sustainability. Hey, you guys! Their impact is loud, but if you can't hear, now you have closed captions. You can investigate this team's impact around the world as they spread first in Mexico and India. The crime is impact, and the evidence is clear. It was an inside job. Qualifying for the Houston Championships is Team 201, the Feds from Rochester. We'd now like to play the Fed's Impact video.
Head out and fight it. We can't keep boss waiting.
I found it.
The Feds are a 28-year-old team from Rochester Hills, Michigan, with a mission of inspiring students in our local community and beyond to become passionate STEAM leaders. Through our operations, we work to inspire a great change in STEM as inclusively as possible.
The word that comes to mind about the Feds 201 team is inclusiveness, to include all students across Rochester High School.
We oversee 71% of our school district's FIRST programs, with starting, mentoring, hosting competitions for, and providing resources to 78 teams in the K-12 range, creating opportunities for STEM education to more than 500 students.
We are role models in the FIRST community through our G201 initiatives, aligned with both our team number and the standard rule in the FRC game manual, which is to be a good person. Agents activate G201 with projects associated with reducing the eco-footprint of FIRST programs, starting with ourselves.
We take part in advocacy and outreach efforts with our sister schools, the Atom Bots Team 245 and Cybercats Team 5436, including our annual community Christmas parade, Hunger Walk, and our Rochester United Advocacy Group that advocates with district leaders.
Our robust summer workshop programs serve more than 300 students through dedicated sessions for CAD design, mechanical, electrical, programming, safety, and more. We reached over 200 students alone this year through more than 30 all-inclusive workshops.
We started the Hearing Empowerment at Robotics program, where we advocate for the addition of a sign linguist role to the FIRST volunteer portal and started an FLL team for students with hearing impairments.
Not only have we financially supported STEAMEX over the past 6 years, we have also built a deeply rooted bond with them team to team. Pets take part in monthly build season update meetings where we exchange helpful build and impact-related guidance and work on outreach initiatives together.
Through OPEX, we use annual feedback and evaluations to inform improvements to team efficiency, bonding, and impact, providing resources to the FRC community.
I cannot tell you how many times I turn around or pull up social media and see a new thing that they're taking part in. Everything from improving our elementary school robotics teams to helping support students with special needs getting involved in robotics, or to just sponsoring teams outside the state of Michigan. These guys are truly amazing.
We are Team 201, and our mission is not yet done.
For our second FIRST Impact Award winner, some teams go the extra mile. This team went over 5,000 miles to start an FRC team overseas, and they even traveled to cheer them on. From their feeder Kitbot team, summer camp for daycare students, and work to help neighboring schools earn grant funding, this group is certainly doing more than average. Nico, we're okay. I just had some technical difficulties there. If your team needs a place to build or practice on a full-sized field, the doors to their robotics center are wide open. When they're not globe-trotting, they're busy designing C2E curriculum, developing an FTC League model that was adapted by FIRST in Michigan, and making sure their FLL and FTC teams are rising like a well-mixed batch of Jiffy cornbread. Not to get too technical, but with a clear focus on sustainability, they've built programs that keep their team and their pipeline of students flowing to avoid any difficulties. From their hometown to the global FIRST community, this team proves that some technical difficulties are actually pretty awesome. Congratulations to Team 1502, Technical Difficulties from Chelsea. And we'd now like to take a look at Technical Difficulties Impact video.
Team 1502, Technical Difficulties, was formed in 2005. Since then, we have been a catalyst for STEM progress in our city, our county, and for teams around us. In 2018, we formed our nonprofit organization, Chelsea Robotics, opening up K-12 robotics for the town of Chelsea. We now have 14 teams and 155 students in our program, making us the largest K-12 organization in the Chelsea School District.
In 2019, we worked with our school to pass an $81 million bond that funded the expansion of STEM education in Chelsea. We designed curriculum, collaborated with administrators from multiple schools, built the Chelsea Robotics Center, and helped propel Chelsea into the STEM leader it is now.
With our new space, we realized there was a lot we could do with the first teams around us, and that our FTC students were limited by their competition experiences. To improve FTC sustainability, we started the first cross-district league in Michigan, the Michigan South Central Robotics League. Instead of just 10 matches, teams in the league are guaranteed to have at least 20. With the MSCRL's success, the league style of competition was adopted by First in Michigan and is the new model for FTC programs across the state. This year, 5 FTC leagues supporting 117 teams are now operating in Michigan.
To bring this success to FRC, in 2022, we started inviting neighboring schools to come practice on our field, collaborate with our students, and use our resources. Since starting this alliance, we have facilitated over 800 hours of collaboration time with rookies, veterans, and teams we now call our friends. Since 2022, 14 teams have utilized our space. Every team within a 25-mile radius has been invited to use our facility, and teams from everywhere are always welcome to join us, including you.
This year, we worked with Bosch to create the first ever FRC team in Hungary, Team 10609. To ensure that First in Hungary would continue to grow, we met with First HQ, First in Turkey, and Bosch to create a 3-year plan for the region and provide 10609 with 50,000 euros. Being in a first desert means Team Hungary faces its own unique set of challenges. Most first measurements are in Imperial, first manufacturers have limited and expensive shipping into Hungary, and the nearest FRC team to support 10609 is over 400 kilometers away. So, to support them, we host weekly meetings every Saturday morning, supply them with necessary tools and game pieces, and moderate a dedicated Discord channel to support them through the season.
1502's mission is to create and advance lasting, sustainable FIRST and STEM programs in Chelsea, Michigan, and internationally. By being active in our community, starting the MSCRL, collaborating with other FRC teams by hosting them in our space, and mentoring Team Hungary, we have fulfilled our mission and will continue to do so for years to come.
For our third First Impact Award winner. This team never says die. They don't stop at their own community. They've gone global, impacting in all 50 states in 66 countries, showing that when you're passionate about a cause, no booby traps can stop you. Their district-wide FIRST hub is crucial for spreading FIRST's mission far and wide. They work to give teams access to free design software. They turned a simple corridor into a hands-on experience, bursting with tech, universities, sponsors, and even a robo-dog strutting its stuff. From VR headsets to a powerful mental health booth, their events open minds and doors. They don't just go through the motions, they've gone above and beyond. Qualifying for the Houston Championship is Team 3604, Goon Squad from Brownstown. Why don't we check out that impact video from the Goon Squad?
We on the Goon Squad, Team 3604, are focused on making room team for everyone across Michigan. In a state with 514 FRC teams, innovation is We on the Goon Squad, Team 3604, are focused on making room team for everyone across Michigan. In a state with 514 FRC teams, innovation is crucial to leave a lasting impact. We reach out to previously unreached demographics across our community and educate students at every level of FIRST. This season, we completed our district-wide FIRST Hub, a crucial resources-spread FIRST mission. We provide resources to students on 14 teams and provide numerous opportunities for them to excel. We annually host the Goonets Invitational, our all-girls, all-season FRC event. With 55 teams internationally, Goonets is officially the largest all-girls, all-season event worldwide. This serves as a platform for girls in STEAM internationally so that any girl can find a role model in STEAM. Our all-season hands-on hallway has connected students with 16 STEAM companies and universities since 2019. By hosting this event at Goonets, we facilitate interactions between inspiring young women in STEAM and top engineering universities and companies. Our partnership with Altair Engineering has brought software resources to teams worldwide. We supported Altair Engineering in every step of their journey between being a First in Michigan sponsor to be a bronze level sponsor at First. Last year, we presented their software to 624 Michigan teams and provided crucial feedback that was then presented to Dean Kamen. This season, they sent a professional videography crew to our shop to document our progress in First. This season, we are officially a gold tier partner with LGBTQ+ of First. We plan to utilize their partnership in 2025 to inspire more demographics at Goonets and create a safer space for LGBTQ students. We make room in STEAM for girls, for all ages, for partners, for the LGBTQ+ community, for every student, and for the policymakers.
We make room in STEAM for everyone.
And for our fourth First Impact Award winner, as a veteran team with years of experience under their belts, this group knows that impact is measured in lives changed. They inspire young minds at their annual STEAM Play Day, and they run FLL summer camps that fuel future innovators. Their 21-team pipeline guarantees their sustainability. But the real buzz? Their life-changing Buzz Glove that brings stability and hope to those living with Parkinson's. With an impact that ripples through classrooms, golf courses, museums, and people's lives, this team isn't redefining average, they're rendering the word obsolete. Qualifying for the Houston Championship is Team 3620, the Average Joes from St. Joseph. Why don't we take a look at the Average Joe's Impact video submission.
Hello, we're Team 3620, the Average Joes.
Our mission is making STEAM accessible one Joe at a time.
STEAM accessibility is when no one is left behind. Everyone has an opportunity to try it, learn from it, and explore it.
We're supporting STEAM accessibility by allowing people of all ages to connect to it.
We're showing off our robotics program by partnering with local businesses like a nearby Play Cafe, running our Joe Expo, and using a robot we built to shoot t-shirts into the crowds at our school's football games.
We're attending science nights at our elementary schools around our district, volunteering at or organizing, and hosting a multitude of FIRST-related events throughout the year.
Whatever we're doing, we aim to ensure that not only our own Joes, but also everyone we meet can be a part of our STEAM world.
How do we do this? Well, if you know us, you know we're more than just FIRST. We're students, athletes, performers, artists, community members, family members, and leaders.
We utilize all of these diverse skills team members possess to create opportunities for people anywhere around our community.
This year, we've dedicated over 1,400 hours, reaching more than 29,000 people to ensure STEAM reaches everyone.
We're working together to build a better world and make STEAM accessible. We want to inspire the next generations of leaders. One thing is for sure, we're preparing the future of STEAM accessibility.
Congratulations. I hope everyone had a wonderful Michigan District Championship. I hope you had all a great year. We'll see you next year or in the future. Good night. Oh, but before we leave, we do have the teaser video for next year's competition. Let's take a look.